Happy Easter, everyone. Hope you have some time because I am feeling pretty good. Okay, I had a nap. I was actually literally exhausted. I think my depression really put it up a notch, and it's Easter, you can't complain about it, and I'm going to give you a couple advices today. There's people out there that think of me as a holy saint, or there's some think of me as a martyr, or some think of me of whatever. To me, I want to say God is with me. Emmanuel, God is with us. That's what Jesus' name means. The original thing is people call him Jesus, the Christ, Christo, aka Messiah. Now, the Bible says anyone who claims to be Jesus Christ don't believe. Now, I know the news media basically turned around and said that Donald Trump's the Christ. If that's the case, you don't have to fear. The Bible doesn't say he's the Messiah. He is not even the Jew. He's not even the chosen one. So, nor is Biden, nor is Harris. So, today I wanted to tell you, I'm trying my luck. I cleaned the oven. I don't know. I think the burners look like they've been fried out over the years. The dang stove. You know how bad the stove is? I'll tell you how bad the stove is. It's a blessing anyways that it even works. But the stove is like 50 years old or some 40 years. It's one of those old-fashioned ones from like the 70s or even 60s. I don't even know if you can get parts still. But anyways, let me tell you, the thing locked up on the bottom. You can never I like the new stoves where you can just lift it up a notch and it just raises itself and you clean it under the drip pans, right? But anyways, I opened the stove up, right? Finally, I actually looked in there. Usually, I just sit there, and look in and. But anyways, we're going to be talking about a couple things. Religions for one. Apparently I lost a few people this morning during a sermon. Oh, well, it had to be said. I think it was also Chloe. Chloe, got mad in the end. And I was kind of cranky this morning, and the reason I'm cranky this morning was, and I'll tell you, is my video is like 3.5 hours. And the reason I was cranky this morning was the fact that there's people out there. I got to watch a review anyways, but there's people out there, right? People out there that messaged me this morning and said, "Well, you like your food and you like your feast days." So, was that what I thought it was? Yes, it was. Okay, so I got the oven set to 350. You guys are gonna watch me do my magic this morning. Grab this, grab a knife. Let's cook. One leg of lamb coming up. So, I want to show you how I prepare a leg of lamb. So, first, make sure it's fully frosted. I had to make sure the oven is fully clean, too. Don't know why, but okay, so look at this wonderful leg of lamb, right? There we go. Once that's done, that's the skin and everything. You guys are watching a master cook. For lamb, I usually choose a simple sauce. Since I'm almost out of my traditional seasonings, I know a trick to make lamb taste really good. So, by the way, if blood drips on the floor, you just clean it up. Oh, and you always double check on the plastic. Sometimes they put a little extra plastic. Roll it over. All right. Cook it from this way this time, okay? So I flipped it upside down. Okay, so let me wash my hands. I'll be right back, and I'll show you what we do with it. We don't use any salt and pepper. I know you guys have been waiting for me to do this, but I've been waiting for Chloe to clean. Now, let me tell you a story, okay? So I asked Chloe, seems it was It preheated a little faster after I cleaned the bottom up a bit. I don't know. I feel inside. Well, we'll see. Yeah. So, I'm going to say thank you all for tuning in this morning or afternoon. I just got up, so I'm having coffee. Okay, so, you guys are wondering 2 ways of cooking lamb. One is to make sure this is still good. Yeah, use a little garlic powder. Hopefully you guys are following me. Garlic powder. I do not use anything but garlic powder. My sister gave me this to make steaks with this time. The steak rub. Steak rub was so damn hard, right? You couldn't even get it out. I mean, literally. Basically you have to break it up piece by piece. It's coffee flavored. Fortunately, I think it expired, but I don't know. Yeah, it expired September 1st, 2020. Alright, so you take a little garlic powder. You can use a little onion powder. I'm going to just... So you do a little garlic powder, right? Get it all marinating. For one side, the bone side. It'll marinate it nicely. Then you start with marination. Now, a good original one is for... This says chicken and pork, but I use this as a base sometimes for lamb. It's basically a Worcestershire sauce, which brings the lamb a little more flavor. A lot of people say lamb's bland. It's how you handle it that works. You're like, that little bottle doesn't handle it enough. No, it doesn't. Thank God to Chloe. There's more than one bottle. She wanted lamb so bad, so I told her, I'm not cooking it. Turned around, she says, please? I said, no. I'm taking a nap. So finally, I turned around. See, when you marinate lamb, you want to make sure this marinates at all. So you got to let the Worcestershire sauce or the Worcestershire A1 sauce marinate. So you soak it in it. Because the lamb's going to cook in it. Time it comes out really tasty and moist. People say, oh, lamb, I can't stand lamb. 3 bottles, by the way, and we're still not done. 1 more bottle is needed. Praise the Lord. The Lord's risen. There we go. So, there we go. So, this thing's been fully marinated and it's sapping with it. 4 bottles for 8-pound lamb. Alright, so, let this get preheated again on my coffee this morning with you. And so, a little salt and pepper if you prefer. Depends on how big your lamb is. Then after salt and pepper, I put in garlic salt. You could use minced garlic, but I don't recommend minced garlic because it just takes a little longer to use up. You probably use up half a giant jar like our beloved Pee-wee sent me just to... So what you do is if you have the money for the lamb, you just marinate it in a little bit of sauce and you go from there. So, let's talk a little bit about religion for a minute, okay? So, I took a nap out of depression. A nap out of depression. I gotta tell you, it was a nice nap. And Chloe, of course, I told her before I napped, I said, you want lamb, you clean the stove, you get it done. I want to be woke up by like noon, 12:30, and I'll have the lamb started. The oven takes too long. I get up, and she's like in her room. She's like not doing anything. It's Sunday. I said, get my stove clean yet? I didn't get up to look. I go in there, and the stove's pulled apart, So I go in there, I'm looking around, so I said, okay, that answers that question. Here we go. Hold on a sec. Okay. Now we put it in the oven. Alexa, set a timer for 3.5 hours.
3 hours and 30 minutes, starting now.
There we go. So, I want to wish you guys, a great Easter. And so, it's a simple, easy way to make recipe. You get a nice boneless lamb. I'm just, and that reminds me, it's Easter, so you know what that means, right? The Easter bunny here has to be fed today. Hey, Boon Moon. So, anyone have any comments this morning? Anyone have an update on Direct Express or anything? So, anyways, I hope you guys got a lot of updates on money today. This is an interesting thing. So, I had people email me. Well, I was napping, of course. One of the things that happened was someone emailed me about did she even get me salad making? I'll have to ask her. I can't remember if she does. I was gonna have salad with my lamb tonight, but if not, maybe I'll be in a better mood. I was supposed to make eggs and bacon this morning, but I decided not to. Here you go, little fart box. I call them little fart box times. We don't even know if bunnies can pass gas, but still. One of the best Easter presents I got myself 2 years ago was a rabbit. He's been a blessing by itself, This little guy is my little world. Same with my dog. So, so let me tell you a story. Easter related. I was upset today, okay? I was upset for a couple of reasons, and I apologize. I decided to take a nap, and it works. When my stress level goes through the roof, it works. And I apologize if you saw me get mad this morning with Chloe. I really do. Let me tell you the story. So, I get an email from my beloved family, saying Happy Easter. I'm thinking, what's happy about it? Being angry. I mean, literally. My family, of course, they don't want to live in a blue state, so they decided to move to a red state, right? They didn't even tell us why. What is it? Is it because of guns? Is it because of taxes? Nothing. They're just like, and then I hear it how it's all I hear it from two different stories. It's like, oh, I don't want taxes, or I need to be near my parents or whatever. And it's like, what the hell? I mean, no one making sense. What is it? I mean, is everyone? I mean, it upset me literally that I'm stuck up here, right, dealing with one problem, and I get this person who's oh, should I go to a group home? I don't know. Literally, I mean, I woke up this afternoon, and that was one of the questions. Is that can empty or full? I had a soda last night, but I don't know if I left it open. Nope, I got to empty it for once. So I turned around, right? And people say to me, And people say to me, don't take it out on your family. Well, I didn't mean to take it out. I wasn't actually upset because it's Easter, okay? Every Easter, it's pretty much the same thing. I mean, literally, when can I have Easter with more people around me? Literally, I don't have Easter with anyone except Chloe, and it drives me nuts. I mean, I don't want to cook because cooking takes too long. If you make a big spread, you got to cook this, cook that. And then Chloe didn't even think about going by the bakery. I told her to go by the bakery and get some pies. Nothing. Now, Easter's here and the store is closed and there's no pies. And yet she's like, I'm not going to that. I mean, usually we get like an apple or a cherry pie for, Easter. We don't even have that. I mean, and yet it saddens me that I don't even want to celebrate holidays anymore due to the fact that I don't have family around. So it's just me and Chloe, and Chloe's just a roommate. Why should I basically make her food? Reason for it is, well, it's Easter. Fortunately, it's upsetting me to no end due to the fact that I had to do a lot of stuff, And that answers another question of movies. Chloe's like, well, it's Easter, but you should get up there and play your game or watch a movie. Jesus has risen. Has anyone seen the movie Risen? That's pretty good. It's like the after effect of Jesus. The centurion, I think, is trying to find the body of Jesus. And he learns that Jesus is actually risen, and he meets Jesus. And then, apparently he wants to give up his life as a centurion to follow Jesus. It's a beautiful movie, Got to give props where props do, So anyways, Jesus is risen. So, one of the things that's upsetting me is my family's all down there having family and partying and all this. What am I stuck with? A dirty house. Someone who comes out and says, oh, you're talking negative. I won't say anything more. I was just basically telling you the story, quick synopsis, and I snapped. And I apologize to all of you. I snapped because of two reasons. Let me tell you why I snapped. Depression. Flat outright depression. You could sit there and say, well, why are you depressed? Why are you depressed? Last Easter, Chloe was thoughtful enough, and I was thoughtful enough to get an Easter card. We each got Easter card, and we gave each other candy. This year, nothing. I'm stuck indoors. I'm stuck indoors. And yet, it's sad. It literally is sad. That Easter, you make Easter special, but this year wasn't special. Hell, Christmas wasn't special. I didn't get to open presents. I mean, I got to spend it with my family, but they were telling me they're moving to Texas. So again, I don't know the whole reason why they moved. Okay, it makes it. I feel like somewhat I'm abandoned, because I'm dealing with someone who no one can get rid of. I mean, to me, it's like, and upsetting me. I mean, think of it. How would you guys feel? Okay, let me just say this for a pre-Easter memory. Okay, just out of love for all of you. Okay, I'm just gonna say this once more. How would you feel if you went in to get your Lego lamb for Easter and you go through all the foods that you've prepared and Chloe says, oh, freeze this and freeze that. And I say doubles Ziploc bag. So it doesn't, so you don't get ice crystals, right? Usually if you double layered or triple layered, you don't get ice crystals, right? She doesn't do that. Throws it all in there, throws in there 25 pounds of prime rib. That was about $600 prime rib block gone because I cooked and I ate what Chloe wanted me to eat. She wanted me to make soup with her. I said soup, check. She wanted me to make other things with it, check. What happened? Wasted, all of it. And then I'm counting it up, and I have a little scale. It was about 200 pounds of ground hamburger sent out, right? How would you feel if Chloe basically doesn't use anything that she put, right? But she goes and takes all your chicken and eats it, right? And then you can't eat your boxed meals, and your boxed meals expire. And then she hides your mac and cheese and stuff, and you can't eat that, and it's expired. And then she takes and eats all your hamburger that's designed for your Velveeta skillet dishes, and then leaves this stuff out. By the way, this stuff's expired, you see? This stuff expired. All of this expired. And then buys 4 loaves of sourdough bread, wants club sandwiches, and yet they expired. I mean, literally. How the hell does one person allow that much to expire? Literally. And I'm sitting here going, what the? What in the heck am I doing here? I mean, earlier I told the story about literally standing at the coffee pot talking to Papa, aka God, saying, God, what do I do? I mean, think of it this way. Okay, you have the Mormons, right? The Mormons work everything inside their own network, basically. They don't let anyone basically get interfere, right? I mean, literally, I've dealt with the state and so many different things. The state says, oh, well, Chloe's not mental enough. And Chloe's not this enough. Chloe's not that enough. Annette. It saddens me. It saddens me to no end. It saddens me. To no end. I gotta eat up the chicken legs too. Soon I put in there. I'm gonna grab those next once corned beef's done and the corned beef's done. I'm gonna basically pull out chicken legs, make up chicken legs, and then I'll buy more chicken legs. But I can actually peel the meat off chicken legs when I eat ramen. So ramen and diced chicken sounds good, right? So, anyways, I just wanted to say, that I had great memories growing up at Easter. I always got an Easter basket with candy and games and stuff. But this year, it's like I don't know. Maybe I'm just depressed for the wrong reasons. I mean, think of it. I mean, I mean, let me tell you what depresses me the most. All right, that makes my Easter kind of hard. Okay, one is, and I share this with y'all because I'm not a person to sugarcoats, my friend Eliza, if she wants to leave me a comment by email or comment, it takes a lot out of me to tell you these things. Literally, my depression, but I'm depressed. And why am I depressed? And that is, I'm depressed because it takes a lot out of me, Takes a lot out of me that I have to wake up in the morning, and I get depressed. I mean, literally, how would you feel if you went to bed last night drained and depressed over the fact that A, your food was hidden. You lost probably $1,200 in food from your stimulus money, except for toilet paper, paper towels. You lost your mac and cheese. You lost your skillet dishes, and you lost other things, right? And you're sitting there, and the only answer you get is, I forgot where I put it. Really, they were in boxes right there in your room. You just piled up clothes. How do you forget about it, and then you won't let me find them? Literally, my snacks. She let 30 bags of her chips go to waste because she hid them. 30 bags. I mean, what type of person is it? By the way, and that upsets me. And the reason it upsets me also is the fact that, look around. 30 bags of chips go missing, right? And expire. Mac and cheese, 90 boxes. Velveeta skillet, the chicken skillets, and the hamburger thing, right?
Yeah, it's always about me.
You want to tear me down again? Fine. I'm not done with this. So I'm telling them why I'm depressed, and you want to attack me again. So you know what? Is this how it's going to be? Tear down people? Because I didn't tear you down. I was just talking about my depression and why I'm depressed.
Talking about saying I'm retarded.
I didn't say anything about the word retarded. You see, there she goes again. Sorry about this, people. So basically, I'm depressed because, you know.
I should have found that police support on Baby Pomper next door.
You want to tear down the neighbor now because that's all you can? Fine, whatever. But please, if you're going to do this to me, please leave. Don't come back. So, what I wanted to say is I'm depressed. Literally, I'm depressed because I have family, you know, it's in Texas. Mormon family up here that doesn't even want to know me. Another family member that's in Washington that could possibly wants to hang out or check in when he doesn't even know I exist. So basically, I'm living on an island by myself, having YouTube, and talking to you guys. Meanwhile, I'm listening to someone like Destructo over there, who basically is throwing a fit because I'm telling you why I'm depressed. I mean, literally, how would you live with someone like that that storms out here, demands I don't go outside, demands I don't eat this, demands I don't do that, demands I cook, demand I clean, demand I do everything, and yet this is there. I mean, literally, what am I? I get depressed. I mean, literally, I got depressed because I looked at, you know, another reason I was depressed last night is the food situation. Literally, I've been living on a little piece of cheese and other things. Maybe a bag of chips every 3 or 4 days. And yet, she comes out and attacks me. I mean, literally, I'm not belittling her. I'm telling you why I'm literally depressed. Literally, this is what depresses me. And I'm not supposed to be depressed. I'm supposed to be a good, subservient little robot to do things. Plain simple. I mean, I get depressed as easy as the next person. I mean, am I supposed to? I mean, literally, it's Easter. At least someone out there would have sent me a Zoom request for a quick Easter, happy Easter, but no, I got a stinking email, and that's it, you know. It's like, oh, it's feast day, you should be eating. Really, it's 5 p.m. Do you think I'm depressed about that? Literally. While everyone's around having a great big old Easter dinner, what am I getting? Terror on 2 legs because I bring up the why I'm literally depressed. I mean, am I a human? Am I not supposed to speak my words? I'm supposed to sit there? What if one day someone like me, not me in general, I won't do it, but what if someone like me, someone who's in the same situation me, decides it's not worth living anymore? What happens, huh? We need to prevent this. That's why there's a phone number and everything. The thing is, what are they going to do? I mean, what if they get their next partner or their next roommate or whatever, you know, and then...
Because that mentally ill person commits.
Oh, well, who cares? Not my problem.
Not my problem, then. On your half.
Well, you know what? If you want to charge me, go for it, because I don't care. If you're basically threatening, then...
I'm taking this to court.
Oh, really? Go ahead. Take it to court. And how are you going to do it? Now she's threatening court. You see, this is what depresses me. Literally, I can't handle this. How am I not? What am I supposed to do? Literally. Well, how am I supposed to deal with this? Huh? I get depressed. I'm getting depressed. I got people that are trying to look after me and they can't do the job because, you know.
I'm trying to.
And I'm.
What is this? Your call for help? Is YouTube?
No, but if you want to keep attacking me, go for it.
Help. There's 911. If you're really if you really want that kind of help, there's 911.
Well, what are they going to do, huh? Nothing. I mean, look at it. You want to take me to court for what, huh? For what reason? Then do it.
I'm not having dinner tonight.
Let's get take too long, anyways.
I'm not eating tomorrow either.
Well, really, if you don't want to eat, that's your problem.
Like yourself, anyways. I'm not even gonna. I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna go out.
And where are you going?
somewhere else to think.
Then please pack a bag and don't come back. Because I'm not putting up with this. I'm not having you destroy my Easter when I'm telling people why I'm literally depressed on Easter. Easter is about having it with family and friends, but we're in a pandemic. That depresses me. I don't get to sit there
And talk about that.
and
Talk about my mental illness.
well, you know what? You don't want me talking about anything. You want me to be a good little self-serving robot.
I don't. It's just that all the time. This is all the time.
Yeah, well, guess what? I have to let it out somehow. I don't have a therapist. I'm not allowed to have a therapist. I'm not allowed to have anything.
You can have a therapist. Why aren't you getting one here? Didn't you have one? Or have a few?
No.
I'll just talk about. Maybe I should go online and talk about the neighbor's illness.
And then you basically lie about the neighbor because you're lying about the neighbor. The neighbor, I haven't seen anything in the last 2 years.
A lot of times. So guess what?
So you want to basically say
I
I stopped.
want to talk about on YouTube how the neighbor raped me back then.
Neighbor didn't rape you. I have the police report. She even in her own words said she didn't do it.
Because you actually are on her side. You want her back in your
I don't want her in my life. She stole from me. But if you want to tear me down over this, fine. This is how belittling you are. You want to go and do things. Fine.
You might as well just.
I just asked you to leave.
Suck up to Melissa because that's all you ever will do.
So you want to attack someone who offered therapy from you and to guide you because you don't trust her. And now you want to say, I'm sucking up to her.
Her thing is to run people she doesn't like out of town.
Yeah, I've heard the lies. It's all lies.
It's not lies. You're on her side.
You know what? I don't like listening to someone trying to do what they're doing to me. You're not going to fuck me over. I've asked you to leave. Literally. Pack up and leave. I mean, let me tell you, Easter is about spending with family. Easter is about getting a Zoom call. Easter is about calling people. Even, what the hell are you squabbling about this time? See, there she goes. She wants to say Jesus never existed. See, she doesn't believe in God. God is basically... And I hope you basically leave me alone. You've been blocked and banned. Now get out of here. What, you're Team Chloe now?
I'm not.
Well, Team Chloe just says you need to murder me.
Well, I'm not with them.
Well, apparently, basically right there.
That's not me.
I'm going to report it.
Good, report it.
I am. I'm trying to push you to hurt me. Easter is about spending with family, spending with friends, but we can't. Easter is about calling family and saying, hey, happy Easter, how you doing? I mean, look, Chloe's mom doesn't even call her on Easter. Chloe doesn't get the idea. Call mom, say happy Easter, how are you? Instead, look what I get. Someone's making a sock account and attacking me again. Sorry, Joe, it's not going to work. I'm basically going to turn around and tell you Easter is about happiness. I'm not happy. She wants to sit there and not eat. That's fine. If it's not working anyways, we found that out. See, if I look right here, the oven cycle that's setting at it's probably cooking at 200 degrees, you know. But no, I'm getting tired of Chloe's threats. Literally, I'm getting tired of everything. I mean, I can't even rest in peace, you know. I mean, literally. depression, right? Multiple reasons why I'm depressed, and it takes a lot out of me to tell you why I'm depressed. And these people come here and attack me for no reason. That depresses me too. Don't you understand? You're pushing me over the edge. So, maybe I'll do a dip. Maybe that'll calm me down. I mean, literally. Wish the moderating team was here. But you know what? I'm a moderator. I mean, literally, someone wants to wish Chloe beats my ass. Well, guess what? I wish someone would freaking just ban you and leave it alone, you know? Because think of it. Literally think of it. I mean, literally, Easter's about calling people, you know, and saying, hey, happy Easter, you know. I got to do that with my dad. You got fell asleep that Friday night, so an apology, you know. And, you know, I'm going to let him know what happened with, you know. Good. At least someone's here. Mark. This guy, Chloe Team. I don't know who Chloe Team is. I better go find out from Chloe real quick who Chloe Team is. I also got to make a suggestion to Chloe. Come up. Good. Where's Chloe at? You're mopping out of your room, huh? Better call Dad real quick. I'm going to call Dad real quick. Mark, keep an eye on people like that. I'll be right back, everyone. I just want to wish my dad a happy Easter. Yeah, I just called to wish you a happy Easter. I guess you're out with someone or having dinner, so you know, give me a call when you get in, okay? We'll talk for a couple minutes, but I just wanted to, you know, mostly wish you a happy Easter. All right, love you. Bye bye. Well, that's funny, isn't it? Dad's not even in. Hopefully, he's got somewhere to go. Is he? When Dad's single like himself is, it bothers me because Dad's by himself, you know. So how have you been, Mark? How was your day? I was trying to explain something to people why I was depressed, Mark, and I got tore down a bit, you know. Someone came in and was someone came in something to do with you know, someone came in. It was just a big mess, brother. Literally, it was a big mess. I mean, she basically is driving me insane, basically. And I was trying to explain that people like me, there could be people in the same situation as me, right, Mark? That could be pushed over the edge and write a letter, you know, and say, that's it, done, you know. Next, they find someone gone, to the next world because of it, and it could happen. And I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about other people. And mental illness is hard, Well, I'm glad you visited family. I didn't visit anyone. I actually slept half the day away. Literally, I slept half the day away, brother. I mean, can you believe that? I literally slept half the day away. I got done with my morning sermon and I went to bed because I didn't really want to cook, And then I thought, you know what? The stove literally gets clean. I can go in there and get the rest done. I told them, while dinner's cooking in the oven, finish the dishes, But instead, I was trying to explain in my own terms before, what happened, why I was depressed, and there's multiple reasons, Reason one was, did you ever hear the story about the freezer? Mark, I'll tell it. Simple and sweet. Simple story, sweet and fast. Fast meaning sweet, not nice. Anyways, I went in to get the leg of lamb to cook. Turns out everything that Chloe asked me to cook, pre-cook and everything, so she can make soups out of it and everything else, she never got to any of it. Shrimp and prime rib and other things. I ate my prime rib and stuff, but hers that I cooked for her, she cooked it, told me to cook it, and then it went to waste, And then there was like 200 pounds of hamburger. All freezer burnt, ice crystals on it, or in the bags. At that point, I had to throw it out last night, so it was depressing me. It was depressing me over food, So I've been sitting here wondering, what do I do? Those donuts keep looking me in the face. Anyway, so that was my depression. That was the depression. That was part of the depression, right? So I was bringing it up, right? One reason why I'm depressed, right, brother? Yeah, the whole thing about the groceries, right? How it was moved in her room and then magically disappeared and I couldn't find it, and then magically reappeared and everything was expired. My box dishes, like my skillets and my mac and cheese and stuff. And it's like no remorse whatsoever, and it upset me. It depressed me. This was depression like 6 months ago, right? And now I got a whole stack of ramen that could be expired or going expired, right? And yet, freezer, my food, I didn't have much left in there anyways, so I'm fine. But Chloe's hamburger, 200 pounds gone, right? Chloe comes out and attacks me verbally and thinks that I called her a retard. I never used the word retarded on YouTube. I mean, literally comes out and says, I don't know. She basically moved it in and stored in her room, and I don't know what happened. Honestly, it's a big mistake, is what I think. But, hold on. Did I hear something again? Hopefully she's using the toilet. Give me a second. Better go check on her so she doesn't do something stupid. So Chloe, of course, is still angrier than a bear in a beehive. She was telling me she was thinking of going to the bus depot in the next county over and posting that they're white trash and insurrectionists. So, anyways, where was I? So, in the end of the day, I was explaining to everyone, Mark, why I was depressed. You know how hard it is to tell someone literally they're depressed? All because of, like I said, I don't know if it was an error, if it was on purpose. No one knows. No one knows her mentality, So no one knows her mentality. So who knows? Oh, and the other thing that depressed me, right, Mark, is this. Right? I'm explaining my depression in detail for you guys, okay? Because I love all of you, and I don't want you guys to think something ever happened to me that, I did something to myself. No, I'm not that way. If anything happened to me, the stress will probably kill me, and I'll end up in heaven anyways with a heart attack, which is bad. I don't know. I don't know why, okay? But the other problem is every time I bought meat on my food cards type thing, the meat that was allocated for Hamburger Helper or Velveeta skillet meals or the chicken skillets went away, went bye-bye, Because of it, brother Mark, that's another reason. And then because the meat was allocated, it just disappeared, And all of a sudden the box meals went missing. And next thing you know, over the time I was rationing my food, but it's what it is. Good evening, Big. How was your happy Easter? So basically, the story goes, Mark, is honestly, I don't know, brother. Why? If it was an accident, if it was on purpose, no one knows what's her motives. That's the thing. I don't know. I mean, literally, I don't know. And with me, I'm still upset at the fact, that it's Easter, and I'm depressed on Easter of all days. Usually I think Easter is a great day to have a big feast, but, you know. How goes it, Pig? How was your Easter? So, and then on top of that, everyone, my Easter sucks because I have family, right? I love family. My family left Oregon, went to Texas. Well, at least you're full. I don't have dinner. My oven's half broken, remember, Big? So I get to slow cook a leg of lamb that could take 6 hours. Everything it takes too damn long. But anyways, Mark and Big, I had to zap someone a little bit ago that was telling me that clothes should harm me. Literally hurt me. And I'm trying to explain my depression, why I'm depressed, We were supposed to do breakfast this morning, too. And then on top of all the problems, right? Someone messaged me today, right? It's Easter. And they said to me, and this was disturbing, right? It's Easter. And I did a Bible thing this morning about controlling one's temper and controlling one's tongue. I was basically modeling that scripture out for Chloe, dip time. Unfortunately, problem is Chloe took severe offense to everything this morning, went off the end. And, I was trying to explain then, why I was depressed. It's hard to talk about it. I mean, right now, I was tore down yet again to the point where the neighbor stole from me. You think I really want to know the neighbor? And Chloe's like, oh, yeah, you're in love with the neighbor. You want to spoon her. I mean, literally. I really don't like mint. Mint sucks, in my opinion. It's a novelty. And, there's another reason. Remember, I just told you why the food shortage, right? Mark said, why is she hiding my food? I don't know if she did or didn't. I can't point fingers there, but I can tell you it was in her room and I couldn't get to any of it. And then it all expired. So I don't know. And then all my meat, she ate it all. And she ate all my cans, didn't want me to eat. She didn't want to eat ramen. Then now that the ramen's all that's left, she's not touching it. Unfortunately, I was talking about therapists. Therapists don't want to know me because Chloe's always interfering. Literally interfering. And my advocate's worried about me, that Chloe's going to do something like murder me. I mean, literally. I mean, did you hear the story, Big, about the other little problem? I was just telling Mark about it. If you haven't heard it, I'll tell it once more. Okay. 2 Easters ago, and many, many moons. I'll tell you the story if you ask Mark. 2 Easters ago, and many, many moons, I got this little Dutch antelope. Half Dutch dwarf and half antelope. Hey, bun. Hello? Hello? I have to make sure you're okay, little strudel boy. Were you sleeping? I don't know. It was dead to the world. There you go. We'll do it this way. We know you're a guy, so there you go. Yeah, put him back in his sleeping position. Bunnies are nocturnal. They like to be active at sun up and sun down. Otherwise, they stay in their little cubby holes and stuff. So, I'll tell you the story, Big. Excuse me for 1 second, then I'll tell you the story. Gotta ask Chloe nicely. Oh, okay. See it. Alright. So, anyways, let me tell you the story, the short end of it, without getting yelled at and depressed again. So, last night, Big, right? So, anyways, Big, I'll tell you the story. So, last night, I was ordered when the bunny cage was clean. His cage is clean, by the way. That I got into the freezer, right? Freezer, you know that. Got into freezer, right? So I'm in the freezer, Brother Big. And by the way, thank you so much for that Easter card. It meant so much to me this morning by email. It warmed my heart, brother. I wanted to thank you wholeheartedly that you sent it to me. I'm honored to be your friend. I consider you a brother, you know that? So, anyways, so what happened is I went through the freezer, right? And this depressed me last night, right? So I go through the freezer, brother. I was telling Mark this. And I go in there, and, we have like 25 pounds of prime rib cooked, and, we have like 200 pounds of hamburger, etc. And when I tell Chloe to Ziploc something, I tell her to double bag it, right? That basically keeps it from freezer burning or triple it, right? We buy like 20 or 30 boxes at a time, right? Anyways, so I go into the freezer, right? Right, brother. And there's like cooked prime rib, you don't want to waste that. hamburger and everything else, things that she prepped, she was going to reheat it, for like soups and stuff. Freezer burnt everything. I had like probably 200 pounds of raw freezer burnt hamburger. I looked at some of these hamburger packages that she bought, and I'm looking at it going, oh my God, this is like June of 2020, and it's just completely ice crystals. So I'm going through the freezer, and she's like, what's that pile? I said, that pile is going out. She looked at it, and she says, oh. And I said, this is everything that you were supposed to eat. Well, she broke down, started crying, saying, oh, she needs a residential facility or whatever. I said, calm down. But, I was telling Mark, there's a couple pieces of the puzzle that makes me depressed, and it's hard to talk about it. One was this, literally this. I mean, the freezing, right? Earlier in the year, if you guys remember, I was talking about how my beans and my raviolis and my Chef Boyardee was being eaten, and my clam chowder and everything else I bought was stimulus checks. She was just buying extra cans of clams and start eating it. Then all of a sudden, I'm watching my food deplete, right? Yet, she didn't want to didn't want to clean the bunny cage, didn't want to rotate the food, so I go in there last night, right? So then she says to me, "Gonna go pick out the other stuff from the other freezers?" I said, "Yes." So I cleaned out the other freezer. Look at this. Look at this. I got a goat leg I gotta cook next. Oh, that reminds me. There's some shrimp in I took out for her. I want to see if she wants her shrimp tonight for dinner with cocktail sauce. This might cheer her up. It's comfort food. Oh, there you are. I was going to defrost this in a couple hours. Did you want this with your dinner inside?
Still good.
Yeah, still good. You got it Safeway in January. It was frozen in January.
So it doesn't taste like ammonia. I think I'm going to the lowest score anyways.
Yeah, well, you can always get more later. Problem is, so then there was another depression that happened today, right? Mark and Big. Big, I want to call you by your first name on here, but I didn't get permission. So anyway, so I was telling Mark, one of the depressions that caused me to be depressed is how, I bought meats for myself, right? You know this. And it was earmarked for Hamburger Helper and part of my mac and cheese up there and the skillet dishes, the chicken skillets, right? She eats it all. Makes like tacos and stuff out of it for herself. Doesn't replace it, keeps saying she's gonna replace it, and I keep putting it on a tab. I keep everything balanced on a spreadsheet how much she owes me. Well, I get depressed because my box meals went expired. She hid them. I get depressed because she wanted, 30 bags of Buffalo Ruffled chips. That one expired. I mean, she hid everything. I mean, I'm still eating up these as snacks. And then I got a month after the sell-by date here to finish these. So that depressed me, and then this morning, I got depressed talking about, trying to explain the scriptures I chose this morning. I read all of the Epistle of James, and one little section of Galatians, and the Beatitudes. Blessed be the poor, and I was explaining why I was depressed. All right, thank you, Brian. So yeah, I mean literally. And so I was, let me ask you, Brian, do you think I have a right to be depressed? I mean, literally. You see me most of the times, if I eat a bratwurst or eat bratwurst in front of you guys, you know I'm eating. But otherwise, I'm just like, piece of cheese. Literally, so I've been depressed, And you know what? I was telling this to a guy, okay? Let me tell you a story, okay? We're not going to basically belittle Chloe. We're not belittling her. You don't see me belittling her. I'm just telling you guys the stories, and it bothers Chloe. So, the other day, I was telling the story about, my food going missing, right? and my other food being eaten. He decides to call Adult Protection Services. Lady asked me the stories, and she says, well, that's not considered abuse in her opinion. Or vulnerability. There. Enough said, So then Chloe finds out he called her and cut her off. He was going to basically help her with mental health. She said, F you. So now I'm at square one, right? And then Chloe calls his place up, asking for residential services so she can get better. She moves out and then goes somewhere, right? She let it lapse. Now she has to get another certification or whatever to do that. Meanwhile, I'm depressed because, the other thing is, as you know, is I have to bring in an organizer and a maid on my own dime. And yet, so my question to you, Brian, is am I justified or am I just dumb? I mean, God gets me through everything, but do I have a right or reason to be depressed? And I'm not trying to be dramatic. I'm not. I'm just saying, do I have a right to be depressed? I mean, literally. My father-in-law says, oh, just give it to God. And my family, as you know, they don't want to know me right now because she won't leave. So I said they packed up with Texas. And then the other problem, okay, one little last problem for an Easter Sunday thing, right? So the other day, Brian and Mark, I went ahead and I asked Chloe specifically. I said, did you use my card for anything? She says, no, I used mine. So anyways, so I said, well, what is your balance right now? I mean, literally, I get $1,400 coming in Wednesday. You do too, Brian. Same with Mark. And yet, I finally asked her last night. She was getting drunk last night. I was getting ready to go to bed early. I was depressed because that 200 pounds of hamburger I had to throw out that was hers.
I want more alcohol too at the money.
Huh?
I also spend that money on more alcohol for myself to drink.
Well, that's fine. That's cool. Help yourself. Maybe I'll drink a couple shots of your rum too, if you don't mind. It's Easter after all. I could use a rum shot or two. So, anyways, let me tell you what happened, okay? She just said, hi. Tonight, we're going to give you a third can of Moisty food. Nice can of, I think I got you a beef stew. He's got beef stew. No. I might give you a piece of lamb, too, when it's done. No, I don't have a snack for you. I told Chloe to pick you up a snack on my dime. Anyway, let me finish the story. Hold on a second. I was going to ask you if you're going to That's hard to get a hold of. So let me finish the story. She was just saying, well, let me finish the story, okay? So, and then I'm done. Brian. I got a mooching little dog. So what happened? So, as you know, Chloe gets $900 a month. She gets $1,400. And I finally sat down with her last night and I said, look, I want honesty here. What happened? You had almost 2 checks totaling $2,300. Where did it go? Chloe just admitted again, alcohol for herself. Lots of alcohol. She's drinking. Literally drinking like crazy, like a fish. Last night she said, she was eating out, going out, eating out, going to burger places and everywhere else. And so I said to her, I'll give you some money back because, She shouldn't have. I said 1 beer, she got me 6. I said 1 bottle of bourbon, she got me 4. And yet, booze ain't cheap. Taxes and everything goes with it. But, my thing was, brother Brian, it was, I finally said, look, you had all this money and you're less than $200 or you're $209. Where'd it go? I mean, if I asked you, where'd your money go? You'd be like, oh, well, supplies and tires. Good deal, brother. I mean, that depressed me. It's not my money, but, it's just between food wasting and then eating out. And then she tells me she's been eating out a lot when I'm sleeping and everything else. That's why her money's getting sorted out. And I don't eat out a lot, So there you go. That was the other trigger for my depression, So I don't, me, Brian, by now, over the months, I'm not into drama. I really am not, So, but anyways, enough said, done and done, So I was, talking about it, So anyways, that's what upset me, brother. And that depressed me to no end. So this morning, I said to her while I took a nap, you clean the stove, I'll make dinner. Well, she cleaned the stove, so dinner's in the oven, and the oven doesn't have to work, so. Yeah, sleep well, Mark, or enjoy your night. Happy Easter, by the way, brother. So, And, the other thing is Easter was a big disappointment this year. I'm not with family, Oh, Mark, his name's Brian, so you can either call him Big or Brian. By the way, I asked. His name's Brian. So again, thanks, Brian, for that card. It made me feel special today. Half and half with my coffee today. A little indulgent for Easter, So, oh yeah, you too, Mark. Happy Easter. I mean, I used to enjoy Easter. Last year Chloe and I gave each other cards, for as friends, and we got candy. This year, so let me tell you what happened, okay, Mark? This morning, or not Mark, Brian. This morning I was getting ready to do my live sermon about God and Jesus resurrected, and he died for our sins, and the stuff. And I was making coffee, and I said to Papa, aka God, I said, Papa, what do I do? What do I do with her? Literally. It's like, I don't know. But that's about it, So now I got a lamb in the oven, a leg of lamb. And I don't even know what others going with dinner, Are we doing salad? What are we doing, So, I don't know, what we have with it. I know, we were supposed to cook breakfast this morning, yet Chloe got out of bed late, and I was just like, uh, it's the way it is. So I put a movie in, part 2 of my Mormon movie series, and finally finished it and fell asleep, Yeah. Where are you going? Just sit for a second. I want to hear. What are you getting now?
Just gonna see what kind of condiments they have at Little Slam.
So you're going out. What do you see about dip?
I'll check it out then.
Yeah, if they don't have the skull cherry, maybe they got something else that I could use. Grizzly original or skull original. I really don't like original, but just if you could check on it for me. Hey. Nah, Pee-wee's not been around at all today. It's Easter, So, anyways, she just left. She doesn't want me on YouTube either, you know that? I gotta see it. Do we have any salad making? Do we even get any salad making? Yeah, there's some salad still available, so I can eat salad for dinner. And then there's a little bag of salad here. And then there's a bell pepper. Okay, I can have bell pepper. Got my ranch dressing, and so, yeah, I guess that's what, Did she cook up the sausages last night? No, she cooked them all up. Got breakfast sausages too I would cook, so, No, Pee-wee's not been around today, I was sleeping half the day away, Brian. I was semi-depressed, I was just like, I'm tired, so, I went to sleep, and that was all she wrote, So, but, usually, oh, yeah, isn't that something? Probably it's one of the whole bunch of those fakies that attacked me. I mean, yeah. Before you came in, Mark saw me zap a person and told me that Chloe needs to beat my ass. Literally, I don't support violence. That's the other thing pressing me. People come here and they literally attack me, and they don't give any justification or provocation to why they're attacking me. They're just like, Chloe needs to murder you. Chloe needs to beat your ass. I mean, literally, are they really trying to trigger, something or other? So, anyways, like I said, it's just been a big mess, and I've been, depressed. So, it's not fair. It literally is not fair. So, anywho. So, anyways, enough about that. I just got, it's hard to talk about my depression, it really is. So, anyways, that's the way it is. Yeah, exactly. That thing. Exactly. Exactly, you know. Oh, poor little doggy. He went to sleep. You depressed too, little guy? Yeah, I hear you there. Yeah, I hope they're having. There's like 11 people watching and not one commenting except you, Brian. So, you know, but, you know, I have a reason to be semi-depressed, you know. I mean, you do know it's going to take about 4 to 7 hours to cook a leg of lamb because the oven's broken. I got to cut the lamb, see if it's red still. If it's blood red, then I got to basically put it back in the oven and cook some more for another hour and hope like heck, you know. I mean, literally. I'll get through this. God's always going to get me through it, Brian. You know, I just don't know what to do, you know. That's the truth. I mean, literally. I'd like to play my video game, but, you know, there's people out there still asking me to do updates on stimulus updates, you know, and it's like, what type of stimulus updates, you know? So this morning I did a video about religion, and, well, it didn't go according to plan. Well, at least the dishes are done. What's available, that is. Hmm. Yeah, that would be perfect for it, you know. Then I could start buying the supplies I need again, you know. Fortunately, you know, that's what's worrying me, you know. I mean, Chloe's gone, as you know. She went out to go get condiments. And, anyways, you know, what upset me also, you know, there are 3 depression triggers. Four actually. One is, you know, the whole grocery store thing, you know. Not grocery store thing, the groceries, you know, where she moved everything in her room, buried it, and then everything else. That triggered me to be depressed a lot, you know, losing all that food. Then the second trigger was the fact that I couldn't understand if it was on accident or on purpose. So to me, you know, Brian, it's like, what in the world is she doing? The next trigger was, you know, I tidy up every night. You know, I do a little cleaning every night when I get done with YouTube. Then I go to my game, you know, or I watch a movie. And yet, it seems nothing gets done. You know, it's just the same old, you know, while she's in her room on the computer all day. That's all she does. And that depresses me. It's like I have to do everything. Then the third trigger, again, was, you know, the the meats, you know, throwing away all that meat that was freezer burnt and everything that she never got to it. She had plans to use it, and she never did, just like the ramen. But she ate all my food, and then kept saying she'd pay it back. And then the fourth trigger was she's not willing to get help. It's like, now she thinks she needs a residential facility to get well because, she ain't getting well here, and she thinks I'm the trigger, The problem is, I live with someone with this much mental illness that it should be brought up time to time, And then what triggers me also is the fact that she got paid first. I figured she'd be not foolish to spend it all, but the government knows who's foolish and who isn't, you know this. So, find out, today, before she left, she's buying too much alcohol and finding out she bought clothes, finding out she bought food out. So food out, clothes, and booze. And it went all down the toilet, and yet all these triggers depress me, So, I get a little peace when she's out, but she doesn't want me on YouTube anymore. She's like, you're on YouTube, you complain about me. Do I complain? No, I'm basically telling you a story. And you know what the real thing is, Brian? Is I'm asking literally, does anyone have any advice on what to do, She needs more than a class in money management. She needs she needs a class on how to clean. She needs life skills, literally. I mean, literally. And then she hides it. And then, I finally said to her, well, what is your balance? Let me look over the balance sheet. She finally gives me the balance sheet: eating out, clothes, food out, clothes, spending excess amount of money in booze. I mean, literally. Life skills. I grew up as a autistic child with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, right? Special education because of learning disabilities. They put me in life skills. And I had to go out every day to go grocery shopping and every day to different places like laundromats to learn. And, on Fridays we'd go bowling. And then for 3 months, 12 sessions, it was bowling. Then 12 sessions, it was skating. And then 12 sessions, it was swimming, in the big pool. Now, I mean, we had all these, things like cooking classes and grocery shopping, clipping out the coupons. Back then, we didn't have the internet, so we had to use the phone books to learn, all this crap. And yet, I mean, I grew up with life skills. I grew up with, when my husband was alive, we managed everything perfectly. We were in sync, literally. Literally, we were in sync. Dial-up was a nightmare. And then DSL came out. That was a nightmare because it was slow still. Might have been faster than, Sorry, I'm answering a moderator, so you know. So, anyways, one of my friends emailed me about, you know, they're listening to my Easter sermon. So, yeah, I mean, literally, there's like, you know, I mean, I have a feeling that there's a lot of people spying on me, you know, literally spying on me, you know, but I don't know. To have Chloe turn around, right, and literally tear down the neighbor. One of my sermons today was, you know, don't judge others, right? Chloe went out and judged right in front, sitting in the judgment seat, you know. She's always judging others, you know. I sometimes judge others harshly, and I need to control my temper on that. Like when someone upsets me for stimulus, you know, like I'm judging them because I don't know if they got their money or not. Then we find out they do, and it's like, oh, I judged harshly, you know, and I need to stop, you know, judging myself at times. You know, Chloe thinks I I judge her harshly. I don't judge her. I don't say, "Oh, you're going to hell because of the food situation." No, I don't say anything of the sort. I basically turned around and told her to take a chill pill or, you know, whatever. I mean, you know, I just, you know, so the viewers are shy. They just don't want to answer because they're listening to me, you know, and you know, it's an Easter thing, you know. I mean, everyone's got my blessing. Even Chloe's got my blessing, you know. And one of the things, you know, I told Chloe is if you're going to uh, do something, call your mom, you know. And she's like, yeah, I mean, literally, I tried calling my dad, you know, and look what happened, you know. You know. So someone found a Wow, so this is interesting. Guy adopts a baby. It was found on a subway. Can you believe that? A baby on a subway. Wow. Anyways. It is kind of peaceful that Chloe's out right now, but still, I got coffee and happy Easter, Pee-wee. Glad you're here. Hope your Easter's better than mine. You have an update from me. Okay, what is it, Chris? And who are you? Oh, well, whatever your update is, it's got to be important if you're updating me. So, anywho, tell me your update. Okay, so you get SSD, so Social Security Disability Insurance. Okay, cool. So, I have an update for you too, Pee-wee, that's kind of shocking. Okay, so you're talking about SSDI. Okay, so what's your update? Because I know we get paid on stimulus on Wednesday. Oh, okay. So that is a unique, interesting thing because the veterans aren't supposed to be getting paid for another 2 to 3 weeks, but that is really in the. So they basically chose you to get it through veterans. Okay, so you got your stimulus through veterans, which means more likely they're not going to give you a second payment for direct disability insurance. Sorry, So if you got your money yesterday, consider it more of a blessing than anything. Well, then you were blessed then because Direct Express. Now, if you get a second payment, let us know. Huh. That's odd. Well, if you got a veterans account, then the government knows about the veterans account, so the IRS. So the IRS would know. Well, be blessed you got it early, man. I wouldn't complain. I'd be happy as heck to have it early. I get mine on Wednesday or Tuesday night. So, Pee-wee, let me give you the update. So I did a sermon this morning. Chloe blew her stack again, claiming that the Messiah, is doesn't exist. She did that again today. So, anyways, I think it's a great update. Thank you for sharing it. So, anyways, there's the update, Pee-wee. So last night I went in to get the leg of lamb, right? And as you know, I cooked all my meats and I ate them all. As you know, I ate the meats and everything. Well, Chloe had like 200 pounds of hamburger in this freezer here. So I went in to get the leg of lamb, right? And I go in there, and as I was going in there, Pee-wee, are you in Ohio? No, I'm in Washington. Sorry to say. My father-in-law's in Ohio, though. He lives in a suburb of Cleveland, my father-in-law. So anyways, Pee-wee, what happened was I went through the freezer last night, right? Cool. I was born in Ohio, actually. So, anyways, moderator Pee-wee, I turned around and I started stacking up on the floor last night all the hamburger and stuff that Chloe was prepped and froze and everything, cooked and froze and was going to reuse and, between prime rib and hamburger and other things. I took out 10 13-gallon bags of frozen food that were all freezer burnt, frost crystals on it. And Chloe asked me last night, "Oh, is that yours?" I said, "No, it's yours." Well, you know what happened with my other groceries, right? So I went into this freezer and cleaned it out, freezer crystals and stuff. So Chloe again says to me, "That's it?" And I said, "That's it." She's like, "You got to be kidding. That's it." I said, "That's it." So Chloe's like, "Oh my God, I'm going hungry." Well, that triggered me to be depressed, Pee-wee. Literally. Oh, yeah. I mean, literally. I mean, remember, she ate my beans. She ate my ravioli. She ate my clam chowder pretty much. Then I went in last time because she doesn't want to clean the bunny cage, but like once every 6 weeks. So finally, we got Ebony's cage cleaned. Little guy sleeping. Did you know rabbits sleep with their eyes open? And so I cleaned it out, and then this morning I was telling the story on Easter because I was doing a sermon, by the way. The sermon is, sis, if you've ever read the Epistle of James, control your temper and control your tongue, right? Well, I was talking about it without giving hints of who I was addressing it to. And Chloe blew her stack and was like, and that triggered me to depressed. Oh, not to mention, I have another thing to tell you. Another part of my depression. It's hard to tell people I'm depressed, which I am. So anyways, here's the thing. I told Chloe to bring me, she was being generous, bring me 1 bottle of beer. She brought 6. I told Chloe to bring me 1 bottle of bourbon. She got 4. Then she turns around today, before she left, and she went and told me, because I finally said to her, where's your card? I'd like to do a balance check. Well, I got onto Direct Express, her side, the 511 side. Their website's different. And I'm reading it, right? Eating out, going to thrift stores, going to clothing stores, eating out, going to grocery store off island, all this stuff while I'm sleeping, right? And doing other things. And I looked at the account, right? I said, between your $1,400 and your $900, by the way, sis, you're down to $209. So how did you spend $2,100 in 10 days? That depressed me. She says, oh, that's okay. We have your $1,400. We're good. So she admits she's buying a lot more alcohol right now. And so last night she yelled at me and she says, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to go to a group home? You want me to a residential facility? I didn't say anything. So this morning I'm making my coffee, right? Chloe's sleeping. And I got on my knees on the kitchen floor and I said, God, Papa, what do I do with Chloe? Literally. The advocates can't touch her. Literally. Her mom's basically protecting her, keeping her. And the advocates are doing whatever. I had Joe Gill come in today and tell me Chloe needs to beat my ass or murder me. I mean, literally, what type of person comes in and says, Chloe needs to murder your ass or beat your ass? I had to take care of it. I think it was like murder my ass or beat my ass or something. I don't condone violence. So I told Chloe, you want dinner? Clean the stove. I'm not cleaning it and I'm not cooking it. Well, fine. I went to take a nap after I did my long sermon, and it upset me, She's not my best friend. She was lazy. She cooks the meats, throws single layer, throws it in the freezer. Same with her hamburger. She took 10-pound chubs, cut it up, and threw it in a regular Ziploc bag. I told her, do it. She didn't want to do it. It was too much work for her. So, not that I'm going to complain on Easter, but I thought I'd share that with you, literally. And then my family's like, Happy Easter, they're having a nice big party with family down there. What do I get? Someone who tears me down, thinks I'm supporting the neighbor who stole from me and supposedly raped Chloe and all this crap, and police didn't find any evidence of rape. So, I wish there was a key to the pantry, but no. Literally, the freezer does have a key. Fortunately, I can lock it, but right now, all my food, I ate my food up, in sections. Whereas her food was still in the freezers. Unfortunately, she didn't double bag it. So, like 200 pounds of hamburger. Remember what I told you? My box meals, they went missing, remember? All my macaroni and cheese, all my skillet dishes, and all my hamburger helper and my Velveeta skillet cheeseburger disappeared, right? Went into her room. 30 bags of potato chips that she bought for herself, all this stuff disappeared. She claims she forgot where she put it because she buys too many clothes and then stacks it all up, right? So, anyways, soon as they expired, they magically were found, right? Well, anyways, as you know, I bought like chicken and stuff, and every time I turned around, I couldn't find my hamburger or my chicken, right? she would eat it and then leave the, and then I couldn't find the Velveeta and the stuff. So I'd be like, go get some more chicken because, I'm here. And then she'd come back and I'd get ready to eat it and the chicken's gone again. Or the hamburger. And I'm like, what the fuck? So, I just gave up, What threat was she making to the thing? I mean, earlier today, right? Listen to this. Listen to this threat, Pee-wee. So I'm on here earlier before she went to the store, right? And I said to her, she's like, oh, you're using YouTube for asking and crying out for help. No, I'm actually telling a story. I'm telling people this is what I got to deal with. I'm not asking for help. You know as well as I do that APS lady was useless. Literally, writes the letter, not vulnerable enough by state law. But someone told me if you're getting Social Security benefits, you're vulnerable already by the federal law. And yet they don't want to apply federal law. They're just too freaking lazy. So, oh well, right? My loss. But anyway, so where was I? So she goes and she comes out here. I was telling the story about the meats, not being double bagged. She comes out, she says, you keep talking about me, I'm taking you to court. Really? Can she take me to court? I wonder. That'd be an interesting thing in front of a judge. Yeah, judge, I talk about Chloe all the time. It's one way I can basically get mental health awareness out there for people that's got to deal with someone like Chloe. And I said on YouTube, I said, what if there's someone like me in the same situation with Chloe, situation like me, but not me. And that person goes and kills themselves because they can't handle Chloe. Then what? Chloe says, well, you do know if you keep talking about me and I kill myself, then you're at fault. And I'm like, oh, well, I'll deal with that when it comes to the bridge. If that's that's a trigger and a threat. And then she threatened to take me to court. I wonder how that's going to play out, dear sister. Oh, no. Basically, I didn't because I didn't screen capture. I reported it to YouTube. Police aren't doing anything. I'm an ordained minister, Chris, and I got on my knees tonight. I prayed and I asked what to do about Chloe. Literally, I asked Papa. I mean, last night I said to her, Pee-wee, I said, you had 2 checks, $2,300. Where did it go? She says, oh, I bought clothes. I bought meals out. I bought tons of booze. I bought food for myself. Hold on a sec. Food for herself. A $9 sausage, right? So, you know what happened? I tell her to go out, right, sis? Go out and use my card. I was buying it. Being nice, Easter. And buy sausage links. These are pork breakfast sausage, organic, right? $15 for this package. Is this even a pound? Oh yeah, this is expired. Great. How do you eat something that's 7 months old that was frozen? Great. Yeah, I'm not touching those. But anyway, so she goes out and buys bacon and sausage and eggs and stuff, wanting breakfast and potatoes, etc., right? Anyways, I'm going to get the coffee made up. Anyway, she turns around and spends $15 here, $30 there for some item, $35 for 3 things of honeycombs, organic honeycomb. And I'm like, I took a bite of honeycomb. I'm like, not my cup of tea, man. Actually bothered my teeth for once. I think it was like pure sugar. I mean, literally, she's like, oh, more for me. I mean, literally, $9 for 2 giant Chipotle sausages. And she bought a whole bunch of them. I mean, literally. She asked me the other day, she was going out, right? She had to go catch the ferry. She wanted more booze. She admitted she was buying half gallons of rum right now, drinking in her room, right? So I said to her, well, where'd your money go? I said, well, she would have told. She logged into Direct Express. I saw it. Eating out, clothing shops. She even spent $22 for a breathable mask and said, do you want one? And I'm like, no, I don't want a breathable mask. You don't see me walking around town in a mask. I refuse to go out if I have to. I mean, our island, they just said Pee Wee got hit with probably another 150 cases. Oh, yeah, well, you know, my channel is Direct Express related and stimulus related, Chris, and I'm honored to have you as a subscriber, you know, and yes, I am a nice person, you know, I don't, you know, I try not to hold anything against anyone, you know, and I was trying, you know, and you know what happened today? Second argument when I was doing the second video today, Pee Wee, by the way. And by the way, Chris, I do keep everything real and I don't sugarcoat anything. Turns around and says, there is no Messiah. He hasn't risen. Yep, that's about it. Joe Gill basically said, Chloe should beat my ass, sis. Chloe should beat my ass. I mean, literally, we don't know who it is, all right? So I reported it through YouTube. The thing is whoever it is trying to protect Chloe or wants Chloe so bad. I mean, literally. So Chloe should beat my ass, apparently. Apparently, okay, hypothetically, Chloe should beat my ass because he doesn't like the fact that I'm talking about Chloe. So I'm supposed to just basically have my food taken, have my food eaten, have my food hidden, be tore down because I'm talking about Chloe, being like, what do we do? What is there any options? You know, I bring this up to you all to see if there's any options. Literally, advocates can't do it. She calls mom, oh yeah, we're just going to do this. Next you know, she makes a phone call to another advocate, and the advocate's like, I'll help you read it, but I'm staying away from Chloe. Chloe and her mom are toxic. No problem. The other advocate's looking at laws and saying we can't do this, can't do that, can't do this, can't do that, can't do this, can't do that. Chloe should be in a residential facility or should just pack up and leave, right? And yet, you know, then Joe Gill or whoever it is like, oh, to boot your ass because they're in love with Chloe. They think Chloe's hot and gorgeous or whatever it is. You know how they are. Whatever is in their damn peon little brain. And I'm not going to judge Joe Gill. The Bible says thou shalt not judge. I'm just saying, look. So to report it would be useless because what is it? They're basically trying to instigate Chloe to beat my ass. And Chloe, apparently by her own mom's own standards, might make threats like crazy, is basically trying to protect her own humanity by not ending up in jail. So she has some moral values, apparently, by her mom. But when trouble arises, I mean, I talked to her mom the other day, right? Her mom said, what happened? So I told her mom the story about the threats, right? Or how someone called from the sheriff's office from Ohio, right? A woman from Ohio, right? And I demanded the sheriff to know. I called an advocate who's calling up the sheriff tomorrow to demand to know who called. Because if we find out it's Gail, there's going to be hell to pay. Because frankly, no. I don't know who called. All we know is a female, supposedly from Ohio. But when I asked for the phone number, they said can't give it. When I asked for the police report, they said file a request for the welfare check. I said I want to know who they are. Can't tell you. So I went to my cousin Dinky. She says I wouldn't lie and say I'm from Ohio when I'm in Texas. Sorry to say, not going to happen. And I'll give you warning before I call on a welfare check because that will give you a chance to basically protect yourself if there was something wrong because I don't want to trigger your roommate to murder you. Plain and simple, you know. And yet, you know, so Chloe this morning just snapped, you know, literally this morning snapped at me when she woke up and I told her, I don't want to hear it this morning. It's Easter. I'm already depressed that my family's basically in Texas having this grand old party. And I'm stuck here with, you know, a dirty stove and half of it works. And she's like, you know, going on and on. And then when I get up, I decided to tell Mark and Brian, Big Brian was just asking where you were about what happened with the meat, and Chloe flipped again, started attacking the neighbors. Oh, earlier today she called 2 neighbors beaners, literally racist, derogatory comments, beaners. I mean, I'm sorry to say, but there's a lot of mental anguish. I can't kick her out. She's on the lease. That's why the lawyers are looking into it all. I can't change the locks to my apartment because I have to have the management's permission. Management won't do it. Hell, they won't even fucking change the stove out. Can't do a restraining order either, brother, because everything she does is verbally abusive. They can't basically go after someone who's verbally abusive because to them, she's basically literally just tearing down me, and that to them is basically verbal. And if it goes to court, her mom will be out here so fast to back her up to get her back in here. Trust me, restraining orders don't work. Well, the advocates looked into that. They can't do anything because she's too mentally ill, plain and simple. I mean, literally. Her mom basically says she's too mentally ill. Well, dear old mom doesn't want her, and no one wants her. She basically burned her bridges with her dad, Chris, by calling her dad a man in a dress because her dad had a sex change. So, dad's a man in a dress. But what about Chloe? I mean, but the question is, Pee-wee, do you think I'm going to be broken? That's the question. Do you think Satan can break me? So far, I basically got on my knees today and said, what do I do? God said, I'll take care of it in time. Remember, God works in his own time. I can't just turn around to do something when it's not his time. He basically pushes the button from above. Oh, well, think of it. We already recorded her, literally. I mean, the APS lady's seen the videos where she made threats against the APS lady. And what did the APS lady say? Well, I can't touch her. She's too mentally ill. Chloe can't break me either. That's the thing. I mean, literally, I'm not going to give her my money, and I'm not sharing my money. My thing is that she can't break me. Literally. Literally, no one can break me. That's the thing. Think of it. Today, I was talking about something very important in the book of, in the epistle of James, right? James talks about the tongue being the worst enemy in the world, your own mouth, right? And it even said people that don't believe in Christ distance themselves, right? Think of I have family members, right? I got Mormons that live in their own little Mormon community and don't believe outsiders. So if someone like me is a Christian, I'm going to hell because of their beliefs, because I'm different. But I got another sister that's Baptist. I'm going to hell. I got a third sister, Easter, by the way, my sister Teddy Bear. You would think she'd email and say Happy Easter, but nope, not going to happen. Wouldn't be prudent, sis. This is why I was complaining about Easter, all these people, right? Then, I tell Chloe to be nice. I'm always nice. I said, call your mom, wish her a happy Easter. I tried calling Dad, but he was out. So, guess what? Oh, I'll call tomorrow the next day. But, she basically got mad. I was trying to explain the whole food thing, and she's like, telling me I don't let it go. Well, I would like to basically tell the story because it basically depresses me. I was asking Brian earlier, Big. He sent me a nice virtual Easter card. Nice guy he is. And I said to Brian, do I have a right, Pee-wee, to be depressed? He's like, yeah, I mean, your meats were eaten that was allocated for your box meals. Your other boxes all disappeared. APS, I mean, think of it this way, okay? Let me put it this way. A therapist who's a mandated reporter, right, sis, turns around, and he asks what's going on. So I tell him in front of another mandated reporter, right? He turns around to my advocate, who's a mandated reporter. She's adopted me as a sister. She's big sis to me. I'm a little sis. She loves my steak. And she says, I would report it, but 3 times it's been reported by so many different people and 3 times not vulnerable enough, right? That's what she said. He goes and does it. Then recently, Dr. Paul calls me up the other day and says, I hear they closed the case. Told you not to do it, but you wouldn't listen, would you? He thought it would work. Nope. I'm not vulnerable enough by the state of Washington. But by federal law I am, but they don't want to apply federal law. So it's like, he's like, what are you going to do? Don't know. He was talking to Chloe's mom, but between him and Chloe's mom was confidential. Chloe wanted to know. Chloe is entitled. He was trying to tell her, let's have some coffee and I'll tell you. No, Chloe refused. Chloe's like, unless you tell it in front of me on speakerphone with Rita present, I'm not budging. You're fired. Since then, Chloe got on my computer a while ago. I changed the passwords finally. Chloe got on, found out that an email came in from one of the other advocates that was looking into laws for housing laws and restraining orders. She went and called her mom. Her mom says, is this true? I got a Zoom meeting the other day with the lady. We were talking about I'm doing one of the advocates' weddings next year. She's marrying a Belizean guy. And she asked me for help for a Dutch Dwarf White Rabbit. She also asked me to do the catering for her wedding. She also told me you're the one with all the cameras and camera lenses. Please do amateur photography. I'm mastering the camera, and I say, buy a memory card. And if there's a special lens I need for the wedding, you can reimburse me. Otherwise, I'll do everything for no charge. She says, no, if you're going to be catering and the photography and doing the officiating in the wedding, I will pay you, a donation. You're a minister. You deserve the donation. But she turned around and told me that Chloe's mom called her and said, what the hell are you doing trying to basically kick her out of her home? She's too disabled. Yet mom turns around and threatens Chloe if she doesn't get help. Mom will come out and put her in a group home or guardian or conservatorship. So Chloe's basically distancing herself from everyone. Stays in her room, drinking Hexas rum. Now she's out because she's told me she's feeling bad for tongue lashing me and calling the neighbors by their names, by their first names and beaners. And it was recorded in this video earlier today. And the last video, the 3-hour religious video, same thing, Pee-wee. She basically snapped. And I snapped back and said, look, I'm telling a story. I'm not calling you a retard. I'm not doing this. But she's like, what was that the guy that runs around with the twister, Taz, right? I think of that. See, I can think of a happy thought for a second, that Tasmanian thing. It's like 3 hours long, It's like when I finish up the thingy, she basically started tearing me down, and I can tell you, Pee-wee, even though I shouldn't be saying this, but I have regrets too. My regret was I defended myself. I said, look, I'm telling a story. I didn't say, anything negative. I said, what do I do? If I said something negative, someone would have said something to me about it. But no. And then she comes and snaps earlier in this video and, says the neighbor raped her. And I said, I have the police reports. I have it on this computer here. She's like, now you support her. You want her back in your life. Chloe filed a police report. Neighbor stopped. But Chloe didn't stop their attacking. We almost got evicted twice, Pee-wee, because she called the U.S. Capitol Police on the freaking neighbor. She called the CPS on the neighbor. She called APS on the neighbor. She even called the Secret Service on the neighbor. I have the police reports. Chloe does these things. She called Secret Service on my cousin, is what we figure. And look what happened, dear sister. And then she goes and first and last name calling him beaners. And I said, what do you have against them? I even was preaching saying the Bible says thou shalt not judge. Even in James, thou shalt not judge. Even in things. I even gave Galatians, my favorite passage, the spirit of the flesh versus the spirit of the versus the Holy Spirit. The spirit of the fruit of the spirit, the good fruit, and yet she just went ape. And then earlier in this video, she went ape again. Threatening to take me to court. So I was like, okay, my opinion is, why am I going to go to court? What am I doing to her, huh? Is it slander to basically turn around, sis, and say, I cleared out over 200 pounds of hamburger? What am I going to do with her? I mean, am I the problem? Am I really the problem? Am I supposed to just sit here and take it and let her sit there? No, I'm not. I'm standing up and saying no more. Literally. I'm literally letting people know that this stuff happens, whether it be bipolar, borderline, narcissism. Someone told me there's a hystonic disorder. 2 people said, no, Dad said it too, hystonic, which means they like to live in drama. I'm not a drama queen. All I want is a little peace. Right now, I'm getting peace. I'll get to that in a minute. Anyways, hi. Little guy sleeping in his doggy bed. He's so cute. Oh yeah, you see, I love how you say that, my beloved sister. Yeah, that's what I said. I mean, literally. She doesn't even want me on YouTube. Literally. Oh, why do you gotta go on YouTube? You're crying out for help. That was one of the things she said in both times. I think it was both videos. But I finally took a nap. But yeah, I mean, literally. I mean, look, you were right and she was right on the fake Hannah problem. Look what happened. Someone posted my address. And then Joe won't leave it alone. I mean, Chloe's got to fear Joe himself, I mean, literally, she turned around today after I basically was already, I'm not eating dinner. I'm going hungry. I'm not eating. There's an 8-pound leg of lamb in the fridge right now. I don't have a phone. I got a phone coming. Her mom doesn't think Chloe will get that violent, I mean, literally. I asked her when she was leaving, to go to the store. So what are you actually buying? Oh, I need to look for condiments. Okay. I mean, literally. I mean, wants to sue me? What for? What is she gonna? Can she do it? What did I do to her? Huh? Talking about hamburger going bad, or is it wrong? I mean, literally, look at it. Everyone knows she hid my food, right? Everyone knows she ate all my meat. Everyone knows she does these things, right? And yet, no one can do a damn thing about it. That's the thing. You know why? I'll tell you why. Because she knows she can't be fucking touched. Plain and simple. Your old mom makes one phone call. Done and done. I mean, picture this. I'm doing a YouTube video the other night. For some reason, I get into it with Gail. Gail thinks that she's old. She's entitled to a UBI. Fuck everyone else. She's old. She's entitled. She's entitled. She's entitled. Next thing you know, 15 minutes after Chloe comes back, I made a joke with Chloe. I said, hey, is this all the sausage ropes they brought in that they had available in stock? She said, yes. She's like, yes. I said, okay. And I made a joke. I said, is this, I saw it in her bag. She had like a lot of rum, right? So I said to her, oh, is this, I see you got a lot of rum for yourself. I was just wondering, is this the only bottle of bourbon? Yes. All of a sudden, 15 minutes later, the sheriff shows up saying someone from Ohio called, a lady, a female, called saying whatever. So Chloe calls her mom. Her mom says, look, put Reed on. Something or other, the fact that Rita, I would never meddle in your or Chloe's affairs, okay? I'm not the type that meddles in the affairs. Literally, I don't watch your channel. I don't plan to. I've seen your channel. You're pretty good at what you do on stimulus checks, great updates, but I'm not meddling. So if you want to talk about Chloe, feel free to. I mean, literally, she knows as well as I do. Chloe, when we had a Zoom meeting with advocates, Chloe basically stayed in her room with the door closed. She did not want any part of any of it because her mom was involved. And her mom was having the most greatest pleasure in conversation afterwards with my father-in-law. My father-in-law was like, look, you're dealing with a mother that might have raised her improperly, but she is sincere. I mean, my family couldn't take it, so they left. I mean, literally, they left for Texas, for whatever reason. But, I mean, and then today, twice, and last night while she was getting drunk, she said, I think I need a residential facility. I'm not getting better. You know what I said? Pray to Papa. I ain't praying to Papa on it. I mean, Papa will work in his own time, but still, pray to Papa. But that whole thing about lawsuits, I mean, literally, what type of lawsuit is she going to take me to court for, huh? Anyways, so my cousin Dinky, right? She emails us saying Happy Easter, hope you enjoy a feast day, right? She knows I like to cook. I turned around, kind of snapped at her, and I said, why should I cook? Stove's dirty? Chloe won't do it. Actually, Chloe cleaned the stove. Cleaned the oven too, by the way. Got it as clean as possible, but I noticed the coils on the bottom part. It looks like they don't work. And then on top of that, I snapped and said, told my cousin about the hamburger thing. And by the way, I was depressed also because I told her to double bag these. I mean, how simple is it? One bag against another bag. I mean, literally. And you know what really bothered me the most when I was talking about these problems this morning on Easter when I was doing the sermon? I was basically having a good conversation, and I said, Pee Wee, are they doing this on purpose? Or are they truly doing it because they forgot where they put my food? By the way, I got a joke for you. They forgot where to put my food, right? Dear sister, I think you're going to laugh at this joke. But they never forgot where the toilet paper and paper towels were. The laundry soap they did. I mean, literally, they couldn't find where they put it. And I have like 8 2-gallon jugs of Tide. I'm trying to cheer myself up, by the way. I was going to watch a Mormon movie tonight. I mean, literally, it's not slander. I mean, look, let me put it this way, okay? Chloe makes threats against the APS and her family. It's been reported. The APS lady can't touch her. She calls me up to after cases closed, and she says, I can't touch her. She's too mentally ill. Yet, the police, I asked the sheriff the other day, I said, even if Chloe's arguing, what are you going to do about it, huh? You can't touch her. You can't even invoke invol for her. He said, no, we can't. I said, then what's the point of coming, right? Well, I told my advocate on the phone, I called her, and I actually got her. She does this crisis line thing. I didn't know I'd get her. She says, look, the police were just doing their job. You can't sue them for knocking on your door if someone harasses you from Ohio or California or Texas or Nebraska or wherever. You can't do it. They're doing a welfare check. But We'll get to the bottom of this Monday, she said. Meanwhile, I don't think it's a crime to basically, is it a crime to basically sit there and then finally Chloe comes out and snaps on YouTube? I mean, we've seen all what she's done, throwing water bottles at the wall. Nothing happens. Literally almost destroys my new laptop. Nothing happens. Punches a hole in the door. Nothing happens. I mean, literally, you want to know the truth, Pee-wee. No one wants to deal with her. They know she's too possessed, demonically possessed. By the way, I'll buy into your demonic possessed thing. I saw some videos on it. The Lion of Judah, I believe it is, on YouTube, explained demonic possession. Yeah, I know. But her mom said she'll never do that. It's all just empty threats. Well, I bet you Dan will say the same thing. I mean, I've talked to housing lawyers. I've talked to transgendered lawyers. I've talked to them all. They can't do anything to her. I mean, literally, she's protected under the trans umbrella. She's protected under the disabled umbrella. The only reason why the manager is keeping Chloe here is because Chloe's on a new disabled program like me. So, she is a demon. I mean, even my dad said that. My dad turned around and says, I mean, think of it. Let me put it to you this way, jokingly, of course, okay? So have you ever turned around have you ever seen her during religious movies? We're doing Zoom, right? And Dad's got these great videos we're watching through YouTube. He basically plays them, after I move, right? And he always tells me, please mute the microphone. So I mute it, right? Chloe's like, I'm like, I'm trying to learn something here. It's like, do you ever believe in God? Do you even open your Bible? Like today, I'm sitting there before she gets mad and goes to her room and starts breaking down and crying. She says, there is no Christ. There is no Christ. There is no God. Well, yeah, and you know what? Housing, as well as I do, housing's hard to get. I mean, literally, if I move out, where do I go? A shelter? They won't take a bunny and they won't take a service dog. My family, they want me to fly down to Texas to visit. Just to visit. I mean, supposedly, here's the joke going around, okay? I don't remember the numbers, but supposedly my cousin's got a house being built in Texas. It's 8 bedrooms and 8 baths, okay? When we got 8 bedroom and 8 baths, I'll pay $600 a month to rent a room. Nope, they don't want to have that. So they want me to be independent, but they know damn good and well they can't be independent. Why did Chloe get mad? Called my cousin names today because the whole Christmas incident where Chloe was at home. Chloe called them redneck hilljacks from Texas. I mean, think of it this way, right? She's got money in a different bank account. I don't have access to the Wells Fargo thing, sis. She does. But if she's got all that money, she should just fucking pack up and leave. The manager brought it up the other day when she did the bank statement thing. She's like, you don't have access to it? I said, no. But Chloe won't go and get mental help. Chloe won't do anything. Chloe won't get anything. She's just like, I mean, look. She went down and talked to the bike guy, the other guy, and the guy says, look, it's 2024 to 2025 before we can even buy motors. And if I'm in business by then I can do something. But right now, I can't even get a single bicycle. Literally. And my other advocate and friend, the one that's like a mother to me, she turned around and told me I better buy my coffee beans from her as soon as possible because coffee is going out. Which, by the way, I was talking about an article earlier today, Pee-wee. 28 ships are harbored and anchored, freight ships. They're saying there's between 300,000 and 3 million container, those 40-foot containers sitting in the harbor of LA, and they're waiting to open a port up. And by the time they say the report comes in and they can start unloading these things slowly, more ships are going to be anchored waiting. So these cargo ships in LA are delaying our supply and demand. That's why everyone's basically seeing people charge $800 to $1,000 for PS5 or an Xbox or a Switch. Literally. The coffee beans, hard to get a hold of. They're mostly coming from the Arabian Peninsula or the Kenyan Peninsula or the Sumatran Peninsula, different places besides Colombia. So all this coffee is being delayed. Furniture is being delayed, shipped in. TVs, TV stands, everything sold out. And yet 28 ships as of Thursday were anchored in LA that couldn't unload everything from coffee to cheese to coffee beans to cheese to TVs to video game systems to camping equipment, everything. Oh yeah, I believe in the Lord. Chloe doesn't. That's the thing, I believe. Oh yeah, I've been praying. This morning I prayed on Easter, And by the way, Pee-wee, just to be serious for once, even though I'm always serious. Today, let's see. Today's 2021, so 31. So almost 2,000 years ago, sis. Today, 12 years will be 2,000 years. He is risen. Amen. Praise Jesus. And yet, but yeah, I mean, God will help me out, I'm just biding my time. And by the way, my advocates are working behind the scenes. I mean, you wouldn't believe Melissa. Chloe attacked Melissa today earlier in this video. That I'm a boot licking. I'm an ass kissing boot licker when it comes to Melissa. Melissa asked me. I was on Zoom the other day, and we were talking about. I finally said, just bring in the maid, Chloe. I'll find a way to get Chloe out of here when the maid comes in and the organizer. I said, what's the organizer like? She says, a good drink of Tennessee water. And I said, well, I got a good Kentucky water she can drink. She was talking about the lady who likes a good bourbon. I said, I found this bourbon that's really good. So she emailed her, and the lady said, oh, yeah, I'll try. I like that one the best anyways. But Tennessee water is good, too, good sip of water, And, if you're a bourbon drinker, you know what they mean. So anyway, so I said, okay, cool. We'll arrange it. Well, she asked me for help finding a breeder for a Dutch rabbit because she's in love with the Dutch dwarf. She thinks it's so cute. She wants one. And then I said, so you talk to her. I said, get your stimulus. She said, yep. I said, bet you're happy you and your husband got your stimuluses and your children. She says, I'm not married yet. My fiance visa for Belize just came through, so we have to wait for the final link when the pandemic's over to bring him up. And I got 90 days. I said, oh, the 90-day visa, fiance visa. She said, yep. So I said, I said, if you need she's like, the problem is trying to find a minister on this island. I said, oh, you got one. I'm ordained. And I got a good standing with the churches. You just tell me and I'll do it for you. She said, cool. I'm always going to ask you to cater the wedding because your steak recipe is legendary. I've heard from 4 different people that it's a legendary steak. And I know you can also do other dishes too with it. I said, your wish is my command. She says, I'll supply all the food. She says, I'm not going to shaft you. I'll give you a donation. Then she said, the only thing I'm looking for is a photographer. And I said, oh, I got this book here, DSLRs. She says, you have the camera? I said, I got cameras. I got lenses. I said, Chloe bought the cameras. She won't touch them. So I've been using them. I even bought the book for her as a hobby. I said, I got even Chloe, for Christmas, I got her sewing machine. She wants to make her own clothes. She said, how'd that go? Didn't go well. She's got it still in the box. So, jokingly, she's like, well, I got the photographer, she says, I said, I did a same-sex wedding and I got donated $1,500. She says, oh, you'll have plenty of money. Just put the cash money in the safe. I'm saving money for this wedding. So you're catering it. And I said, do you want me to do basic steaks or do you want some premium steaks? She says, oh, premium steaks. I said, here's a link right here. She says, cool. We can grill some T-bones and porterhouses and cowboy steaks and, so, I said I can also do buffalo wings and stuff like that. So She said she'll talk to her mom about putting together a menu. So I said, your wish is my command. Chloe, of course, thinks I'm an ass-kissing bootlicker for her. And I talked to her privately, and I said, look, you have inside connection at social worker. Where we can put her? She says, I'm working on making phone calls. Basically, and my other advocate's keeping her brief too, because my other advocate's been talking to lawyers and other lawyers and housing lawyers and discrimination lawyers and disability lawyers, just seeing about the disability clause for her. Everything else, and we're just doing it by the book. My advocate called the courthouse, asked for the judge there on first name basis, told her the story. The judge said, well, unless she does something literally physically, like you said, nothing can be done. Look, the judge wouldn't grant a restraining order. And she said, well, what about the threats against the APS lady? Well, they could chalk that up to mental illness. But the judge also says either the state gets guardianship, her mom gets guardianship, or they can't invoke the judge broke down the law for my advocate. My advocate said, well, what's the law about the threats? She says, well, here's the thing. Because Chloe makes these empty threats, right? Well, the judge got the Secret Service report. They let it go because of mental illness. But anyway, the judge turned around and said, look, Chloe can't be touched. Right now. Gotta bide your time. But she also said to my advocate, there's several sheriff online and the APS lady watching the channel documenting Chloe's rage. I mean, literally. But she says, told the advocate, you know how the invol works? What? If she's a threat to herself or others. She said, I got Rita's report. Apparently, never mind my past, but she said apparently Rita was a threat to Moses Lake PD and they tried to involve her. But Rita basically contained the situation by walking out the front door in a gown, wearing socks and underwear, and went home. The hospital didn't press charges. The hospital didn't do anything. Rita wasn't violent to the hospital. Police didn't press charges. There's nothing on her arrest record. There's nothing. And so Chloe and Rita, she got called for this place. So she took it. But the judge said, look, for invol laws, there's 3 criteria that have to be met. 1, she's a danger to herself or others. Making empty threats could be considered a danger to others. But to make that stick, she's got to literally be walking down the street with a bag of bricks or a rope she buys at the store to hang herself, or she's buying gasoline at a gas station, which people would think is odd, carrying a gas can back home to make Molotovs to throw in the grocery store windows. Then they can see that she's taking some sort of action. Otherwise, if she's just talking about it and not doing it, we can't detain her. Literally, we can't do a 72-hour 5150 psych hold. She said the other is destruction of people's property. She put a hole in the wall. We looked at that case. We weren't going to prosecute. She could just go buy a door. That's it. Case closed. She says there's nothing we can do. The destruction of property, an actual threat to others, which means physically harm someone, hit them. Verbal threats are verbal threats. So the lawyer said the same thing. I mean, literally, unless that's it. It's the end of the deal. It's the end of the dealio, So, you have to actually destroy property, threaten others. Actually carry out your threats. And the third criteria is imminent danger. That means you have to be in imminent danger within 4 hours. Otherwise, it doesn't work. There she is then. I'll be polite now. So, how are you feeling? $8 orange juice?
Stuff's expensive and it tastes like crap. Tastes too citrusy.
What'd you get?
Yeah.
Oh. Wintergreen?
It's not wintergreen.
Oh, good. I don't like wintergreen. Long cut straight, great. All right, and then you got juice, huh? So, hopefully this isn't that fine cut. Otherwise, I'll give it to you. I just can't stand the.
It's not fine, it's long.
Well, you know, last time I saw something was like long cut. You know, it was that what was that stuff called? That Copenhagen Southern blend.
Yeah.
That stuff you can't even contain in your mouth anymore. That's why I don't buy it. Tastes good, but you
You're
know.
trying to call them and complain.
Yeah, I did. And they told me, oh, you got a bad batch. They gave me a prepaid card for like $17 per roll. And I was they wanted me next time to send the roll, you know, and I was just like, yeah, what's the point, you know?
Adventure out. I'm gonna call that lady tomorrow.
Oh, you mean the lady that's on this paper somewhere here on my desk?
Yeah, I need to call.
Right here. Yeah, you have to call and ask for a new mental assessment, or your case closed the second. So,
Yeah.
and then the other problem I have that depressed me, everyone, was I got emails today from friends of mine in the state of Washington here, right? Good, close friends of people. They emailed me and they said to me, Rita, our pandemic food stamps didn't come in. We're getting the basic $16 and $19. I said, well, that's funny. Chloe's got $75. She's supposed to have like $325 and said they didn't get pandemic relief. So she's like, well, what do? You wait. Well, they couldn't find any info, so I had to go do it for them and find out that the new stuff is going to be, you know. Oh, hold on a sec. Everyone, my dad called me, so I need to call him back for a second. So, you know. So it says here, Dad tried to call. So I'm going to call Dad back. So. Oh, yeah, so Amazon's selling me a laptop case that Chloe wanted to buy. Is back in stock finally. Let me call my dad. Give me a second. And if I tell Dad the story, Chloe, don't get mad. Just try not. Hey, Dad, happy Easter. Sure. All right. So Dad wants to call back in a half hour to me on his cell phone. Which, by the way, Dad's stingy when it comes to minutes, too, you know. He's literally stingy, you know. So anyways, I tried to tell Chloe to control her temper because of the whole thing earlier, you know. And, so I will be checking dinner in 1 hour, 10 minutes to see if it's fully cooked or if it's got to cook for another hour. If it's still blood red in the middle, then we have to cook it again for another hour. But I got it all marinated, seasoned, ready to go. By the way, what was the other side dishes? I said I thought I wanted salad with it. You know, I'm surprised. You went out the other day to get ingredients for Easter, right? Surprised you didn't even think about pie. We usually do pie.
I wasn't even thinking about that. I wasn't even on my mind this time. I don't understand. I mean,
you can ask Pee Wee what you missed. Otherwise, my dad called. Hey, happy Easter, Trish. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, so I'll be right back. So my screensaver goes on. Oh, well, I'll be right back. I got to use the bathroom anyways.
they're only going to let me have $71 a month there. That's what they said.
Yeah, I know. But first you got to qualify. That's the problem.
If I don't qualify, I'm just gonna look for a sober living place. You can actually go there if you have anger issues. Get a sponsor. They'll help.
Yeah.
That's what I might just do is go to Sober Living House. Of course, the only thing that suck about that, they won't let me use my laptop.
They can't tell you can't use your laptop. We don't even know wherever you're going if there's Wi-Fi or not included.
Yeah. Most I wouldn't be able to use it anyways because the halfway houses don't usually have Wi-Fi. You have to go to the library and do it.
Well.
Or have a phone.
I don't know anything.
I'm just gonna go look for a sponsor. I need one.
How much rum do you got left?
I got some rum left. I got plenty of it.
All right. Well, just had to ask. We don't have. I don't have anything to drink tonight because of Easter.
Do you want to drink some rum?
I was thinking of a couple shots, but I'm not going to take away from you either.
I'll share.
That lamb smells good, doesn't it?
Yeah. I'll share it with you if you want. I mean, I'm not stingy on the rum. I'll take Moppy out in a bit. Let him pee and poop outside. And then he goes in.
Hey, Chloe.
What?
I think you're in a little better mood. You sure you don't want to check in before she goes to bed and say Happy Easter to your mom?
Why don't you call?
Or do you want to call tomorrow?
I'll get it over with.
Yeah, right. Remember Dad. Oh, Dad told me this morning I'm not to call and tell your mom Happy Easter. Yeah.
Alright.
Let me close the phone app out. I'm still using the toilet. There you go. You didn't know it was work. Probably it's not someone else that you for me, you know. Huh? Nothing's called now. I don't have anything to do with that. They still blame you for stealing their games. Because I didn't ship them out on time. They're pissed at me. They shouldn't have left the games in a damn, Danny said a Mexican stole his tablet. Remember, he missed his tablet. He thinks you took that too. I didn't find the tablet, started saying. Anyways, better call your mom and get it over with. I had work trying to get the toilet clean. Yeah, we got one stick. Alright, whatever. I don't have gravy mix. Calling her? Alright, peeps, I'm back. What's up, Cam? Huh? So I was sitting on the can for a minute. So anyways, I'm making lamb right now in the oven. Well, what you missed, Trish, was we were talking about Easter traditions, what was going on in my life. You know, I don't know if you saw yesterday, or not yesterday, last night's video post. I did an Admiral vlog, and then I talked about it today. You know, I said, you know, what am I supposed to do, you know, because of issues, you know. So, you know, you missed not much. You know, Chloe snapped twice today. That was about it, you know. Just snapped, you know. So, anywho, man, literally, I just got upset, you know, earlier, and I tried to defend myself, you know, Trish, because of Chloe's temper. You know, I was talking about other issues, you know. So, you know, but anyways, Trish, happy Easter, by the way. So, you didn't miss much, you know, Chloe just got angry. You know, usual stuff. You know, I was talking about an issue that happened last night. Cam missed it too, so I guess I'll have to brief both of you. So last night I went to get the leg of lamb out of the freezer, right? Anyways, this morning I got on my knees before getting on to do the Easter sermon, and I prayed to Papa, God, and I said, what do I do, you know? That was it, you know. I said, what do I do, you know? And because last night when I was going through the freezer, Chloe didn't double bag everything in the Ziploc bag, so the Chloe's meat that she bought, about 200 pounds of hamburger, went freezer burnt, and I was like, you know, was talking about it today, you know, and Chloe got mad, you know, thinking I called her retarded. I didn't say anything of the sort, you know, so I was like, well, what do I do? You know, what do I do? So, 200 plus pounds of meat, and I was talking about how I don't know if she did this on purpose or whatever, Pee Wee thinks it's on purpose, because Pee Wee's answer was, when someone works against everything you do, like ruining the foods, fighting against anything you are planning, and verbally abusive, they're the enemy and not good to have around. So, she talked, we were talking about, so I'm, medical? You mean pot? So, anyways, Cam, I've been wondering, is schizophrenia? I know it's a mental illness, but is it actually bad? Yeah, that's something I was curious about. I got someone, curious about that. But you don't need to get mad when we talk about the story. Oh, yeah. Better turn my ringer on so I can actually hear this when it comes in. Yep. So when Dad calls me, I want to have it ready. There we go. I was just curious, because some people say it's cool, others say it's not cool. It just depends. They say Moses might have been schizophrenic. That'd be something to talk about. They said Moses might be schizophrenic. Apparently, he heard God speak to him in his head, supposedly, and that's why he did what he did. I think it was. I think it was Christian Bale. I think it was right. He did the movie Vice, right? And he actually, I think it was Christian Bale that did Moses in the movie Exodus and Kings. And he was talking about, let me look that up real quick on Amazon for you. And he was talking about after doing the role of Moses, I think it was, he was talking about how he thought, quote unquote, let me look that up, Exodus and Kings. Yeah, Exodus, Gods and Kings. Right here it is. Christian Bale said that he thought healing Moses was it's 2.5 hours long. He thought Moses was completely schizophrenic. So So, and I thought that was, interesting. And Christian Bale did that movie. A lot of people said it took too many liberties. That's why there's a lot of bad reviews, right? And because of it, um, Cam, that basically took too many liberties, right? And because it took too many liberties, they're saying, brother, that he thinks Moses was purely schizophrenic, psychotic, literally hearing God basically conquer 7 nations and parting the Dead Sea and all this stuff. God could have been with him, but no one knows. I mean, back then the Egyptians also practiced sorcery, so Moses could have been a sorcerer for all we know. But, I do think it's interesting. Has anyone ever played the Elder Scrolls 4 and you end up in the Shivering Isle and you work your way to New Sheol and you meet the Mad King or the Mad God Chigorth, and as you're the Mad God, right? And as it goes, right? As it goes, you got to go do all these quests with Sheogorth. Eventually, you're the new Sheogorth, right? You're the new Mad God, right? And eventually, they say, like 200-300 years later in the future, when Skyrim comes out, the person that took over Sheogorth's role, absorbed their powers and looks like Sheogorth. And it could be female, and all of a sudden you're the Mad King, because the Gray March happens and you reset everything, and then all of a sudden you're the new Mad God, and you're a new shield, and the Mad Guy has two courts. Besides him being in the center court, ruling everything, you have court on the left, which you become the Duchess of Mania, or the Duchess or Duke of Dementia, right? Now, Dementia is like, other things, but Mania is pretty funny. I always choose Mania because I think it's the name Mania, manic. You got the lady that's, the lady that's, what do you call it? The lady that's, running Dementia, I think, and then you got the Mania one, and I always chose Mania, but clearly I always chose Dementia, but each side is differently built for like color schemes, like they say Mania could be like bright colors and stuff like that, whereas Dementia it's like drab and gray, and so to me I thought it was pretty funny, but you go in there and you learn that the world you go in, like if you can't handle the Shivering Isles, they say you go insane, and there's like a lot of different things that make it funny to see, like the Argonian. Have you seen Forky? I have a fork collection. It says that it's basically fucked up, Cam. Basically, the true definition is fucked up, you know. So, anyways, have you seen Forky? And the guard's like, stay away from me. You've been in there too long. You've gone crazy. Anyways. Anyways, everyone. I've explained everything, Hope you had a good Easter, by the way, Cam. Should eat a piece of cheese. My sugar level is low, I can tell. Haven't eaten anything all day, man. Just coffee. I'm gonna think Chloe to give me more cheese, eventually. It's one of my favorite foods. Taste. Have you seen Forky? Waiting for Dad to call me. He's on the phone, so you know. Someone in Ohio called. You know, you saw that the one night. Where did I put? Oh, so I'm not with it right now. Still waking up. I could eat a piece of cheese and be so content. Being get an Easter dinner and make me happy, you know. Yeah, I hear you there, Cam. Hey, I got your email this morning. The topic you were talking about seemed pretty good. Diamond powered battery by nuclear waste run for 28,000 years. Yeah, but question is, how did they compute that, brother? And even if you used all the nuclear waste, turned them into all batteries, how much does it cost, you know? No, I was one character, a female character, of course. In Chippendale's Rescue Ranger, I think I'd be a female version of Monty. Jeez! Oh, those were the good times, you know. Disney's Chippendale Rescue Rangers. I wonder, can you actually watch those at the Aladdin TV show on Disney? You wouldn't want to see all your memories either, you know. There's a lot of memories I've repressed over the years. I try not to show those memories or even think about them, Cam. You know? It's just, where'd my cheese go? Oh, I mean, another piece. Low sugar, so, you know, figured I'd treat myself to a little cheese while I wait for Dad. You know? There we go. That should be good. I'm feeling better, you know. No, I've repressed a lot of memories too, you know. Bad memories. That's the way it is. My dad named us Milk Jerky. Wonder why. Anyway. Oh, Dad's probably calling back. All right, hold on. Let me call Dad back. Give me a minute or 3 or 5. You guys get to listen in anyways. Hey, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I wondered when I called you, does it ring?
No, I turned the ringer on. I couldn't hear it, so I don't know what happened. It notified me that you called when I looked at my little
It doesn't ask me to leave a message even after 7 rings. It doesn't ask me to leave a message. So I give up.
Well, I called you right back, so we're all good. I hope your Easter is doing fine, Dad.
Yeah, I went to church, and then after that, I ran some errands. Like I had to pick up a study guide from Pastor Dan at his home. And then I went to the drugstore. I went to the gas station and filled up with gas and got cigarettes. And I wanted to go and get the Lebanese lamb sandwich with fries on Taro. And they were closed for Easter. And then I tried to go to Mr. Hero for a tuna fish sandwich, and they were also closed for Easter. And I figured, screw it, I'll stay with TV. So I came home. And then I took a 2-hour nap from about 7 to about 9.
I figured you were out maybe having Easter dinner with someone, what I thought, because I want to up the message.
No, I usually nap for a couple of hours, sometimes between 5 and 9. Because Pastor Michael called me around 10 when he's on his way to Detroit. As he did. That was who I was talking about when he called.
Right.
So I have to be up by 9:30 so I can take his call. But I try to get to sleep by 7 or 7:30 at the latest. Usually as early as possible.
Right. I see. I was just finishing up, my sugar level was a little low, so I was just finishing a little milk jerky while talking to you. White cheddar milk jerky. So did you like 17 Miracles? Mm-hmm.
Good movie.
Yeah.
I told Pastor Mike he should listen to it. He won't even think about listening to the demonic doctrine. I said, even if they do, these movies are about religious persecution.
Yeah.
He won't listen to anything.
Yeah, the Mormons are a real weird lot anyways. I mean, they have their own inner circle anyways. I have an aunt that's Mormon. She's very judgmental. If you're not inside her circle, you're on to hell. So, by the way, I didn't get to do the part 2 with you on that thing. I assume you figured I fell asleep by mistake. Yeah, literally. I was tired. I mean, literally, I totally was like, I was going to tell you a story too while you had that phone. So I got lamb cooking right now. I actually, so what happened was I did my Easter Sunday sermon today for my YouTubers, and I was preaching Galatians 5:16 through 24, the spirit of the flesh versus the spirit of the fruit thing. And then I decided to read the Beatitudes, and then afterwards I read the entire epistle of James, talking about, don't love the world, because you want to have part of God and stuff like that. People enjoyed it. So, that's what I did. But my story, that was one of my stories. But the other story is last night, like a lamb, right? So I was telling one of my moderators, who I adore, she's a sweetheart. She sends me presents and stuff. So I was telling her today, Chloe went out. Earlier today, I was telling some other moderators a story about the same story. Well, Chloe got mad this morning after my sermon, and then got mad again, and then left, to go to the store for juice. She wants it for her rum. So, story goes, last night I went to get Lego lamb, right? And I keep telling Chloe, we have like 1,000 Ziploc bags. Double or triple bag your meat so that it doesn't get freezer burnt, right? So last night I go in there and I got lots of lamb. So I went in there and got the lamb, and I was going through it, shifting. Everything she asked me to prepare for her that she was going to cook later, that I prepared for, like prime rib soup, other meats that was all cooked, freezer burnt to no end. And I'm stacking it up in the in there. I must have took out 200 pounds of hamburger. And Chloe's in there, I did a residential facility. All in tears, I can't, I'm like, dude, take a chill pill this morning, right? Last night I did a short video about that. I said I went to the freezer, and it's all freezer burnt. Well, my moderators, what the hell? There's a problem if, she buys this stuff. And so, anyways, the story goes to continue. I said, well, I'm somewhat depressed, because of it. And then I said, well, think of it this way, right? So I said to them, 200 plus pounds of hamburger. Chloe thinks she needs a residential facility where they give her mental health and everything else, but they also give her $71 a month. And then I said, the other trigger that depressed me is I finally asked Chloe to show me her Direct Express account statement. I go in there, eating out clothes, a couple of new masks. She has the breathable one, so it's like $22 a mask. So I'm looking, and I said, you have $209 left after you got your $900 payment and your $1,400 payment. I said, you're eating out a lot, you're buying clothes a lot, and I didn't reprimand her. I said, and on top of all this, your room's filled with rum bottles. She's like, I'm like, I said, in 10 days, you went through almost 21, a little over $2,100. I said, how the heck do you, so she's like, I need a residential facility. And it's like that time, yeah, and it's like that time I told you, well, today when I was on YouTube talking to my moderator saying, I prayed to God, what do I do? Papa. Well, anyways, so the story goes that Chloe comes in and starts attacking Melissa. Literally, like I'm a boot-licking, ass-kisser to Melissa. Melissa asked me if I could cater her wedding. I said, oh, yeah, no problem. Then I told her about my cameras and all these lenses. I said, Chloe has cameras and lenses she won't touch. She says, oh, have you mastered the camera? Yeah. All I need to know is what lens to use for a wedding, and I'll get it. She says, I'll reimburse you for that one. And I said, okay, cool. And then I said, I'll do the catering. Well, I said, I'm also ordained, if you didn't know. So she said, oh, can you do the wedding? Chloe thinks I'm a, whatever, one ape. But, she's like telling me on YouTube that she's going to threaten to sue me for talking about her. And I'm like, just telling the story Easter Sunday, and I said, look, you want lamb? You clean the stove. You made the mess. She went clean the stove. I got lamb in the oven right now, leg of lamb. But, literally. And then I even asked, I said, Chloe took my food, hid it in her room. Then probably $900 a box meals expired. And I was saying gently in on Easter, did she do it on purpose? No one will. No one will ever know. Oh, well, it's life. I'll deal with it, And so, I was talking to my moderator, and my moderator goes, what's your father-in-law think about it? And I said, well, between you and him, I think that you and him would agree that maybe she's possessed by a demon. That's what she thinks. Funny, And then we talked about how, I told her the story, Dad's always telling me, I call you Dad. I said, Dad's always telling me to mute your microphone. I want to watch this with you, but I don't want to hear Chloe in the background. It's a chatterbox. Well, I said, half the time it's muted and Chloe's still a chatterbox. She's like, everything. She says, are you sure Satan didn't put Chloe in to try to break you on your religious spirit? Literally, it was just funny as heck. But yeah, that hamburger thing depressed me. And then also, Dad, that $2,100 in 10 days. And she turns around, Dad, she says, oh, no, we have your stimulus check to fall back on. Literally, yeah. I'm like, but I didn't get it yet. Literally, everything's sold out right now. By the way, you hear about that shipping problem? 28 ships. So you did hear about the 28 ships anchored in the harbor of LA, and they can't bring in 3 million containers from China, of all places. Yeah, I can't believe that. I saw that today. I was like, oh my God. There's some problems in this pandemic, Hey, you gonna email me the that book list so I can finish up getting those books?
Well, I'm going to email you. Yes. Right now, I'm about halfway through book number 2 because
you're catching up. Oh, which one?
Catching up because of Lynn.
Yeah.
I think what happened is I used year A when I start with volume number 1. I think we are in year B or year C, and I shouldn't have started with year A, but I'm going to live with it because I did. So I have book number 3. I do not have book number 4.
All right. Well.
Yeah, book number 3 will take me through probably year September.
Well, I wanted to tell you, I was looking at picking up a book series I found on eBay, mint condition. Did you know the guy that wrote that Mormon movie? By the way, you never told me. Did you like the end of the movie where Ben becomes a Mormon? But anyways, did you know the guy that wrote the movies actually has a 9-volume book set document? Yeah, I wanted to look into buying those and reading them myself. That might be just interesting up my alley. Oh. Oh yeah, the book is what it was about too. It was religious persecution. Well, I will tell you, I spent $20. You're probably going to say this is a waste of money, but I'll tell you, I spent $20, and I asked for a hardbound version of the Doctors and Covenants, The Pearl of Great Price, and the last book, a hardbound version of it. And then I went ahead and made sure to get a extra large version of the Doctrines and Covenants. So my book disappeared, so I can actually have a larger version to read. But, I was going through the LDS Church and the store, and you wouldn't believe it. I was almost the triple combination gives you the Book of Mormon too. I forgot. So I was sitting there and I said, "What's the the quad combination?" They actually take like the King James version and they put it in the top, I think. And I'm like, yeah, that is just downright wasteful. They're like you get a hardbound version of the Bible, and then the Bible and the other 3 Mormon scriptures, and I'm like, that to me is where I draw the line of sacrilegious. You don't take the Bible and then throw it in with other books, But that's just me, So, but
I just think they're terribly wrong. They said there would be no future prophecy in Islam and Mormonism and subsequent prophecy after the canon was closed.
yeah, well, if you want to watch that one movie, it's an hour long. There's a movie that basically breaks down the Bible versus the Book of Mormon. And I think there's one called the Bible versus the Quran. And literally, the guy basically lambastes both books for good reasons. He's like, talking about mostly prophecy. If you do Deuteronomy 18:20, it talks about testing out these prophecies and they come true, then you might be a prophet, but you might just be guessing too, using guesswork, whereas if none of your prophecies come true, you're a false prophet, which means, eventually you'll end up being judged by God anyways for being a false prophet. You know how it works. So, but, I just, decided I wanted to read again the other 3 Mormon scriptures. I couldn't find my book, so I think it's in the library in Chloe's closet with all of Aaron's books. I just can't get to them. That's one thing, it's like I got to buy another copy, just because, whatever, So, but I wanted to tell you about the hamburger thing, literally, and, my moderator's like, what a waste food money, I mean, literally, let my food expire, and then basically all this. No, she isn't. No, she isn't. Smart ass. I know where you're going with it. I knew where you were going with that. So, yeah, I know. So, anyways, we have that school thing tomorrow, right? So you got the study guide that you got. So you're gonna have to brief me. How are we doing this? Because I know you're the one.
Pretty much, I'm going to try to do it the same way Pastor Dan is doing it. And I'm going to ask people if they've already seen the video and take a hit count. And if the bulk of the people haven't seen the video, I'll run the video. I'll talk like Pastor Dan did, close the chapter. Then everybody can go out and talk about it and then come back after.
Are you going to be in a study group yourself, or are you going to be the one running everything? So technically,
I'll probably go home and study. I might look
No, yeah.
he floats from one group to another.
Well,
I have to meet him today, but I was pick up like 5 minutes.
Ah, that's cool.
He had his son over for Easter dinner, so they were in the process of having Easter dinner. Nothing in the end, so he just stayed in for
Cool. Cool. At least you met him, you know.
he lives over by the lake.
Ah, I assume he's not a Mason.
As far as I know, a lot of pastors are,
Yeah.
but I drove by his place.
Ah. Did you ever get to the grocery store?
I did that on Friday night.
Ah. Yeah, well.
Only had one TV dinner from all the stuff I bought Friday.
No, well, I'm glad you're stocked up, you know. So, you know, that's good to know. So,
For a week or two, unless I have a power.
yeah, well, you know, I finally cleaned out the food that defrosted in the freezer. I went through and cleaned out that part so I didn't get sick. I didn't trust any of it, you know. I took out like 10, 13-gallon bags of meats that was in the freezers because I told Chloe, double bag it in Ziploc bags. They're even triple bag it. It's like she doesn't even want to waste it. She does just, I don't know. I mean, honestly, I'll tell you what my opinion is, and that is I don't know what goes through that damn head of hers. Have you ever seen that movie Inside John Malkovich's Head? I'm afraid that if we had a movie, it'd be really more what do you call that? Demented in Chloe's head. Oh, her mom wants me to wish you a happy Easter, by the way. She's hoping that one day we can get together at Zoom again and just shoot the shit. She said she's very sincere, so she liked you as a person. She wants to hear more of your travels and stuff. So, yeah. I talked to Courtney. She said Monday, tomorrow, we're going to call the sheriff, the undersheriff, to find out who the hell called because they won't give me any information who called on a welfare check. I asked Terry, Tara's like, no, I would give you a heads up before I do a welfare check. To give you a heads up to tell me you're okay before, she says, no, I will always tell you when I do a welfare check or plan on one. I'd like to give you an opportunity to tell me you're okay before I call. I know it angers your roommate, but she made a promise to me that she was going to not call anymore. Now that she's in Texas, she thinks she can use I'm going to call the welfare check again. Well, what was the difference being in Oregon compared to being in Texas? Well, let me guess. In Texas, she doesn't have to give her address, so we don't know where she is. So if we get a call, if someone got a welfare check from a female in Texas, we know exactly who called. I mean, literally, they just said a female in Ohio called. I talked to Chloe's mom. Chloe's mom said, I'm not going to interfere between you and Chloe. If Chloe's raging lunatic, let her be the raging lunatic. I'm not going to interfere. But someone called, and we all have our opinions that there could be 2 or 3 people. But they said it was from Ohio, so that's where it got me stumped. I mean, literally, unless they had an Ohio phone number or was driving through Ohio, I don't know. That's why we're looking into it tomorrow. But, I'm not going to dwell on it, So, but Chloe snapped today, over the hamburger thing and everything else. She's like, you need to be residential, And, last night I asked her, I sat down with her last night. And she was getting drunk, and I was trying to watch the Mormon movies again. And I said to Chloe, I can't help you. Well, why can't you help me? I said, because you need to pray to Papa about it. I can't do anything about this. Pray to Papa, and Papa will give you the answer. I mean, literally, if Papa wants you in a residential, you go there to get better. I said, you ain't getting well here, apparently. She went into her room, got drunk, and I went to sleep. Got up this morning, and I made some coffee, and did my sermon and stuff. Then after my sermon, I decided to put in part 2 of the American Zion series, and I finished it up, took a nap, got up, and I said, oh, is the stove done? Chloe says, oh, almost. I just got to do this and this. So I went in to clean the oven as good as possible. But, I think the lower heating element's fried. So that's what I think. Because he keeps clicking on, Dad. It's like every 15 to 20 minutes, it'll get to its proper temperature and then stop. So then when I get done cooking 8-pound lamb at 3.5 hours, it turns out that the lamb's still somewhat raw. So I got to put it back in the oven for another hour or two. So by the time I get dinner tonight, it might be like midnight before I eat. So, and the appointment is what, 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, my time is when I have to be ready to go for school.
School is at
7 p.m. your time?
4 p.m.
So you actually, oh, okay, so it's 4 p.m. So if I get there at 3:30, does that mean I get to be the host in the group then?
No, you have to have the code. Right?
Oh, great. So I won't even get to be a host. That basically stinks. Oh well. Not that I would abuse my powers as administrator. I don't abuse my powers for anything. So, anyway, so yeah, I think, is it tonight or is it Tuesday? I'd have to check Google Calendar, but I got something soon. I gotta try those little greenies out soon. I think it's tonight or soon. I got a Google Calendar when I'm got to give Boppy his pill because I really want to try that greenie out. So I'm gonna take the bag into the bathroom, close the door, and fill it up like you said to do it, and then give it to him.
But you can fill it up so fast I just turn my back. I don't keep the dog leash behind my back because it only takes about 2 seconds.
Yeah. No, yeah, Skittle.
A clay ball around the pill.
Yeah, you mean a meat flavored clay ball around the pill? Yeah, so it's tomorrow again.
It doesn't take very long. You don't really need to go to the
Yeah, well. So I get to try that tomorrow. Yeah, all right. I'll be up and good to go. So, I was just tired. I was up way.
I want you to start it off running. You gave me a list of 4.
Well, which one was the fourth one again?
I don't know.
Okay. There was hand cart. Then, I don't know if I saved the email. There was Ephraim's Rescue.
I don't think.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'll put Ephraim's Rescue in, So. So,
You know anything about Rick Bonhoeffer?
No. Who is he? And,
Okay, we'll be up to 2 tomorrow night to see about Dietrich Bonhoeffer.
Now it's German. Ah. Okay. All right. So, hey, Dad. Go ahead. Well, I was gonna tell you, I could send you a gift card on Tuesday night or Wednesday night, and we can watch that movie you were talking about the other day. We can both rent it called Greenland. It's now on Amazon. Instead of $20, it's $5.99 to rent.
I don't know anything about it, but it came out and they were charging $20.
It's basically like an apocalypse movie where a family from the United States goes to Greenland from some destruction of the earth or something. I don't know. I don't know if it'd be up your alley, but Well, I will tell you that I understand HBO's got a good sci-fi thriller that's out now and want to watch it soon. Godzilla versus Kong. They say that movie was really kick-ass. Why?
That's on BBC America. And I don't have that.
Well, I have BBC America through Amazon, so but you'd have to sign up for Amazon to get it, and I don't think you want extra subscriptions.
Now, because we could always watch it through Screen Share.
Yeah, well, remember the last time? Well, remember when I tried doing screen share on Amazon last time with you? You said it was just a giant black screen. It's like they did not want their coding.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So I had to angle the camera and work on it, so. Yeah, well, yeah. So anyways, I better.
Right now, the film is released
Ah,
called The Assassin's Code. It's still here.
cool. I watched a movie that's similar to that one. It's based on a game. It's called The Assassin's Creed, where apparently the Assassin's Creed went all the way back to the time of Christ and all that. It went all the way back to like ancient Egypt and built from there, like a special group of world assassins, and seemed pretty cool, movie. Chloe got me that for Christmas. We actually rented it. It was pretty good. A lot of people said, "Oh, it sucked," but I thought it was good. So good movie. World of Warcraft wasn't bad either. It's based on the video game, but that wasn't bad either. So but you know how it is. So, but yeah. Anyways, I just figured I would let you know about that hamburger thing. And wish you a happy Easter and apologize for falling asleep.
It's nicknamed Hamburger Helper.
No. I was talking to my people today about the word coveting, and I was like, my food was hidden and coveted, and then my meats were all eaten, and then my food expired, and then my food was given back to me after all the meat was eaten, and the box meat was expired. And I was like, thou shalt not covet thy person's food, and I said that's also in the lines with thou shalt not steal, And then I was talking about, in general, today's lesson about, the resurrection of Christ. Oh, I got to tell you this. This would have pissed you off royally today, right? So I'm telling my moderator, I think it was Brian and another guy, Mark. He's from Cincinnati. He's telling me that he wants to donate his stimulus money to a campaign to give everyone in Cincinnati new brains because they're all not wearing masks and they're coughing everywhere. He's like, they need new brains. Is it that bad out there in Ohio, Dad, that people aren't wearing masks again?
In some places, Bruce Willis did a lot of movies in Cincinnati. That's weird. He did at least 3 movies in Cincinnati.
Let me guess, the Die Hard series?
I don't remember which.
Hey, did you remember Die Hard 2, the second movie, with where the planes, the thing about the airport being hijacked in the military? Did you see that one?
I've seen it.
All right, so did you know the second movie was filmed at Moses Lake Air Base?
Really?
Yeah, exactly. He was in Moses Lake filming it. Moses Lake has the 5th biggest airport in the world, basically. It was used by the military during World War II and Korea and Vietnam and so far until it was closed and turned into an international airport. It also is used to train 747 and Airbus A380 jumbo jets. The A380s is like the complete double-decker planes. They train there. So like airlines go there to train. So when you're outside walking around Moses Lake, where I live, you'd hear the planes going. What's really bad is those supersonic planes. A few times I'd be outside and there'd be a sonic boom over my apartment. Boom, and you see it and it's like a fighter plane. It's like, what the hell? Really low, But yeah, Moses Lake, over on the base side of things, there's a lot of drug dealings and drug raids. So apparently the military donated armored tanks to the sheriff and the SWAT teams, and Hummers. So One time I got in trouble sending pictures to my cousin going, look at this. The police have themselves an RV, it's a complete tank, like 8-wheel tank with turrets and everything. And your car turrets are ruined. So you don't want, it was parked right outside the police station. I said, so it's a crime for me to take a picture of you having military hardware. I mean, come on. I said, where's the Quincy PD's? Yeah, I know. And I said, where's the Quincy PD's Hummer? Did you guys end up with that? That's classified. I said, well, I'm going to call a friend of mine who owns a newspaper, and they'll get to the bottom of it. She actually posted it in the paper up north of Moses Lake, and they got furious. I'm like, dude, you know what? It's not a crime to post that the government gives military-grade Hummers with armor and a 50 cal sitting on top, and it goes missing. And they're like, that's classified, blah, blah, blah. No, it isn't. I mean, basically, one guy turned around and said, we use it for, hostage situation. What do? Roll in a tank and be like, hello, how are you today, sir? What are your demands? I mean, if I looked at a tank, me, I'd be shitting myself. But, it was just, so, And the undersheriff that came in that one day that was talking to me about the APS report thing, he turned around and he said his life was saved one day when they had a hostage situation in Skagit County. Those good boys rolled in on one of those armored things. He hopped in that, and he said there was gunfire and everything. He said he was nicely protected in that armored tank. I mean, literally. So, to me, it's just... But yeah, the biggest air base is in Moses Lake, and Bruce Willis filmed the airport scenes out there where you see where he's sitting on the runway getting ready, and he's like, "Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker!" That's based in Moses Lake, at our air base. Yeah, so but I don't mind. I have all the Bruce Willis movies. I'd like to watch them again eventually, But I'm not really a big fan of this much violence anymore, I mean, I just can't stand reading or watching much about violence, Now, watching stuff about persecution up my alley because being a Christian, but just other movies, Oh, and I got to tell you, my friend I told you about, the one that has been giving me advice about the vulnerability in federal law. So she was having Easter dinner with her mom today, right? And she's like, it said something about, you got to watch Rita. She's really cool. Maybe Rita or something. The email said something, maybe Rita can help you with Social Security, getting retirement. I don't know anything about it. Goes in and she says, so I told Mom, there's this movie Rita recommended, The Perfect Stranger or something or other, or The Shack, And she's like, oh yeah, I would love to read the book or something. Well, her mom out pops to the Shack and says, oh, I got this from a friend of ours in Virginia. Sent me a copy of The Shack. And she's like, that is so cool. So she had to tell me her mom's got a book of The Shack. I said, it's a good read. I like it. So, But anyways, you better watch your movie. I got to check on dinner soon, see if it's done. If it's not done, I got to cook it for another hour or two. I might put a movie into myself tonight, So tomorrow's thing is at 4 p.m. my time. Send me an email reminder so I don't forget, because I don't know what my schedule is going to be like tomorrow. So, anyways, and we'll do our before I go, because I know we're not going to Zoom after the thing, as we're not doing Bruxy's course right now, is because that's done. Is what is the timestamp tomorrow? 9:30, 9:45. Okay. All right. Oh, I wanted to tell you, the IRS web portal is finally working. So if you got my email and check your statement, if your Social Security number is already logged in, it'll tell you exactly when your payment will be going to, whether it be paper check or a bank deposit. So I checked mine yesterday morning, and it says it's pending for the 7th, going into my Direct Express card. So... all right, well, I love you, and I will, I'll think of you when I'm eating my lamb tonight. Uh-oh, I gotta ask you. So about the dentist, what is it this time? Another cleaning? Yeah, but you went to the dentist the other day, a week ago or so. So you're having tooth cleaning every 2 weeks now?
No, I had it pulled about 3 weeks ago, and I had a canceled dentist appointment because the dental hygienist didn't come to work that day. So we rescheduled it for today.
Okay, you mean tomorrow?
Yeah, and my dental hygienist is every 3 weeks.
Okay, so that makes sense. All right, well, I'll like I said, I'll let you go, Poppy, and I will, like I said, I'll check in with you tomorrow. Make sure if you do get to, I assume you already did your email for today. All right, well, send me that link again, that book list tonight.
If I have it, the book list will come later. If I have the email link for Pastor Dan's course, I will send it to you. But I normally don't get it until an hour or so beforehand, so I'll send it to you when I get it.
Well, I was talking about the book link, of the books, because my stimulus check comes in on Wednesday. Why don't I just order another book or two unless you want me to wait? Well, I'll just send it out when you can. That's why I was reminding you. I can email you too and ask tonight about a reminder. So, all right. Well, love you. Take care, and I'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Well, you guys get to an interesting conversation with me. I can talk to Dad. Apparently, he's not doing too bad. Oh, wow. Look at this. LG confirms that they're getting out of the smartphone business. So that after the LG Stylus 6, there's no more. Wow. Oh, yeah, well, I'm glad, sorry, Tactical Mikey, I was ignoring you. I was on the phone with my dad. I just didn't want to turn the microphone off because, me and my dad were talking about movies and stuff, and he's like, oh, yeah, I knew you were sleeping, and he didn't know I was completely drunk. That was the thing. I hid it from him, I just didn't want him to know his daughter-in-law was completely tanked on bourbon, the night we were doing the thing, you know. So, anywho, I better get ready to roll soon because it's like 5 minutes. Actually, I might just pull up the food soon, and then what I'll do is I will, I will, I will, check on the food, So, life is good, For right now, I got lamb cooking, so. So, anyways, so I don't know what you're talking about, Cam. Literally, So my lamb stops in approximately grizzly. So she got me grizzly long cut straight with a fish on the can. Didn't know that. That's cool. It's got a fish on the can. Yeah, this has got a fish on this can. That's really cool. I don't support anyone doing this, but I do it, so that's cool, you know. So, anyways, I will be checking in a minute, about 3 minutes. So I'm going to tinkle, wash my hands, and then I'm going to pull this lamb out and see if it's ready to be eaten or if I need to cook it again, which means it'll take me a minute to get it prepared. So I'm going to be testing the lamb slowly. Have you met the giant Forky? Alright, we're good to go. I just gotta let this finish up, and I will pull it out, and I will see if it is ready to be eaten, and if not, I will cut it, which shouldn't take too much to sharpen my knife. Actually, no, I'm using the serrated one. It should be easy to cut into the meat, so I don't have to use my good Japanese knife. So your bloodline is from someone that I've never heard of, and you must have heard this tonight on Amazon or something. Let's see. You want to give this a listen. I found it very interesting. Right. That's fine. I'm not going anywhere. Alexa, stop. All right, here we go. All right, so first up, we're going to grab the meat fork and the knife. Now I'm going to test the inside of the meat. All right, so what I need to know me do this side. I want to cut it away, test both sides. Alright, so cut a little more, give a little air vent here. Okay, so then I'll do this. Not ready because the oven's not cooking properly. I might add a cup of water, maybe 2 cups of water for gravy purposes. There we go. Well, at least this one was made in America too. Pretty damn good in my opinion. Okay, so Alexa, set a timer 90 minutes.
1 hour and 30 minutes. Starting now.
Just a late dinner. You gotta also remember one other thing. Anyways, everyone, I'm gonna go look over some movies real quick, do a dip with you, and I'm choosing a movie to get out of here because it's late and I wanna So anyways, I don't know. I just don't know. So anyways, my friend emailed me with her opinion. She said check this link out. So I was like, okay. So, anyways, that's all she wrote. So no one told me what they thought of the Bible study or Bible thing for Easter. That's what really disturbed me the most, But anyways, Cam's off on the phone. I, on the other hand, want to get out of here and choose a movie. So, anyways, anywho, let me check movies out tonight. And I was looking at Exodus Kings, There's a movie that's 6 hours long about Jesus. That's pretty good. I'm really interested in more movies, but I'm always polite to my, hey, that looks cool. Get your little something. Yeah, look, mine thing works out here. So, Zoom for Dummies. Yeah, right. We're Mormon. Da 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 da. We're Mormon. Da 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 da. We're Mormon. Da 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 da. We're Mormon. I was gonna do some research. So LG's out of the phone business. That'll be a shock to Chloe. Anyways, I do want to get going, everyone. So let me do my dip, and then I'm out. Okay. Before I go to do my dip, I'm gonna tell Chloe something. And then I'll choose a movie. Maybe I'll choose two movies. Hey. No, they're owned by T-Mobile. Well, I doubt that'll ever happen. Let's see what movie I should choose. I was thinking maybe a religious movie, Like, let me see. 17 Miracles. Let me see. Dad was watching that the other night. So, Ephraim's Rescue. That was the other one Dad and I were talking about. Let me see. What is these, anyways? Yeah, Chloe's going to bring me some rum soon so I can drink a little shot or two rum. So, push their hand carts across the plains in 1857 and sustain many miracles. That'd be something I would like to watch. Ephraim's Rescue. Chloe hasn't seen this. Listening to him falling his heart, Ephraim Hanks finds his way to life, eventually provides relief and rescue to the suffering Martin Handcart Company based on a true story. Then there's Handcart, which I believe is another good Mormon movie. There you go. Handcart by Jaylene Petrie. 1850 Hunter from Iowa City falls on a Mormon pioneer driving west to Utah and a treacherous servant to gain her love, joins the movement west. His faith is challenged when an early snow caused trouble for the Martin Handcart. Yeah, see? And then I could watch News of the World, too. I hear Big said something about that. News of the World. Right there. And then Greenland. Dad was like, I heard about Greenland, but I don't know anything about Greenland. I don't know. Here we go. Greenland. Family fights for survival as a planet-killing comet races to Earth. John Garrity and his estranged wife, Alice, and young son Nathan make perilous journey to their only hope for sanctuary in Greenland. Isn't that interesting? So, there's this movie about the end of times, everyone, called Greenland. Looks interesting, you know.
Oh, I forgot the cocktail sauce.
There's some in there. Still good.
Yeah, this finds.
Yeah.
I'll have to let it warm up out here.
So you can have shrimp before then. So, anyways, my meat's not ready for an hour, 20 minutes at least. So, anyways, because half the oven's cooking. So, anyways, it's trying to cook evenly. So, anyways, Greenland. I can always flip the meat the next time and flip it to the other side, the skin side, and try again. So anyways, this says here, this is the movie that I was just talking about. I'm actually gonna grab a shot glass myself. Chloe's offering me some rum, so I might drink that first, do my dip next. But
I'll pour your rum.
oh yeah, very funny, Chloe. You know, I can pour my own rum. You just bring me the bottle when you're ready, and I'll pour it. But you're very funny, Missy. I drink that. I'll grab a soda in a second. Very funny. You know, she's very funny tonight. Look at this. She decided to give me this shot glass tonight. I don't have a drinking problem. Chloe knows I have a drinking problem. I'm just very thirsty. Very funny, Chloe. I'll take care of it on my own. Drink it as is a shooter. But I'm going to grab Pepsi 2 first. So, very funny, Missy. Very funny indeed. So, anyways, my meat's not cooked. I'll flip it over to the other side and try again. And cut into it from the other side, and that should marinate the bottom side a little better. So, you know, I know how I'm cooking lamb, people. Lamb is tasty, lamb is great, lamb is toasty, yum, yum. We're Marvin, we're Marvin. So the other day, everyone, I got to tell you a story. I'm telling Dad, right? Oh, here it is. That's why. Is that the one that's got the chunk missing? Chloe will have to empty the dishwasher. I told Chloe for one, she can empty the dishwasher and load it up. I'm doing the dinner tonight, you know.
Empty it after dinner.
So anyways, let me tell you a story. I'm looking for movies, Chloe. So anyways, the movie goes like this, everyone. This movie here that I was just looking at, everyone, is Greenland. Family fights for survival as a planet-killing comet races to Earth. His estranged wife, Allison, John Garrity, his estranged wife, Allison, and his son, Nathan, makes a perilous journey to their only hope for sanctuary. $5.99. You think I really want to pay $5.99? Pee-wee said it's worth $5.99, but not the $20. I don't know, Chloe. She likes destruction movies. Probably in her nature. No offense to anyone.
I just want to see the fifth wave.
The what?
Fifth wave or wave 5, fifth wave or something like that.
What is it? I don't know what it is. Never heard of it.
Well, apparently it's about this girl in Ohio sees like these aliens come invade, and it happens all over the world where power goes out, plagues, floods, and everything.
Hold on, let me see. Oh, the fifth wave? Yeah, here we go. The fifth wave. Chloe Grace Moretz.
That's the same girl from Tom and Jerry.
So basically, let me see what the premise is. Deadly alien attacks have left most Earth decimated. You know what, Chloe? I'm going to say this for fun. Okay, this does not sound appealing to me, but I'll genuinely out of the bottom of my heart say you can rent it in your room on your own Amazon account. Watch it and let me know if it's worth the $3.99 plus tax for it.
What are you gonna rate the Greenland, or are you gonna select that one?
I'm still looking. You see, the next movie on my list, by the way, everyone, and I'll tell you, there's a couple movies that are free. One's called 17 Miracles. Christian pioneers pushed their hand carts across the plains in 1857 and received many miracles. The movie applies 17 Miracles. If that isn't good, you got this one. By listening to and following his heart, Ephraim Hanks finds his way to providing relief to the rescuing suffering Martin Handcart Company on their way to Utah. That seems cool. And then the other one is called Handcart, where, you know. No, I doubt that.
I go around 9:30 and shall start the potatoes. You want
Well,
smashed potatoes?
No, I don't want any spots. Sorry to say. And then finally, another movie I think was I think it's this. I don't know. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm using the Las Vegas shot glass. I want to go there again. I've been through the biggest little city in the world too when I was 5. 1893. 28 years ago.
Ah, here it is. So there's a movie called 16 Stones, I believe. It's a movie too. Oh, you got to rent it. Basically, it's about exciting journey of faith in 16 Stone comes in a time when persecution in the 1830s Missouri. James vows to protect the people of his village after it attacks. He embarks on a quest to find the 16 Jaredite stones, but is a trail filled with danger and challenges. With the help of 2 friends, they find peace in the face of turmoil and faith in the face of doubt, looking for the 16 Jaredite stones, apparently, that was used. So that might be a good movie to watch too. So, but that one's a rental. So I might rent that. I might rent that one for me and Dad. It's about persecution and stuff. So, anyone have any ideas? Oh, well, welcome back. Here, I'll get it. You don't have to worry. I'll pour my shot. Thank you. No, we know you want the bottle back. You think I'm going to be basically a pig? Well, yeah, I know I need a couple shots. It's low alcohol anyways. You want me to pay for these shots? I'll give you my card and you can go, we use my card tomorrow. Buy more if you want to freaking buy more. My main thing is it's Easter and I'm might as well have some after the...
You're out of mean juice.
No, I have a couple of shots of mean juice, but I don't want to drink it right now. You don't mix rum and figure you're offering. Why not drink some rum? Haven't had rum in a while anyway, so...
Rum's pretty much happy juice.
To me, it's just dulls my brain, and frankly, I've been trying to figure a movie out, so, so let me, so we already talked about Greenland. We talked about the 5th wave. We talked about 17 Miracles Ephraim Rescue. By the way, the 17 Miracles in Ephraim's Rescue is free. You don't have to rent them.
Well, it's about Christian United, right?
Yeah, about Mormonism and persecution and how we Christians get persecuted today.
Another corn dodger film.
Well, it's that, or I can try News of the World, which is a rental, which is Tom Hanks plays as a captain of the Confederacy. Let's read the synopsis. It says, Civil War veteran Tom Hanks agrees to take a child to a rightful family. Together, they travel in the unforgiving wilderness, searching for a place to call home. Meanwhile, Tom Hanks goes around to various towns reading of the news of the world, including like the death of Queen Victoria and stuff. That seems pretty interesting in my point, or the ascension of Queen Victoria. There. So that's $5.99. So now I know sometime this week, Dad and I are going to be sitting down. We're going to break away from the religious movie for one movie at least, and I'm going to do screen share. And we're going to watch Kong versus Godzilla. That movie looks pretty badass, and it's on HBO Max, and it's free. Just like the 1984 Wonder Woman was pretty damn good too.
That was.
Yep. So, what to watch tonight? Because A, there's 4 people viewing this. B, there's no comments. And C, I need something to watch. So, what's it going to be, peeps? No comments? I should leave anyways. I just got to choose a movie. Oh, and Handcart is about a love story about a guy falling in love with a Mormon. He goes out last. You know what? I might just make it a Mormon night. Plan to rent the other movies as soon as Dad's not around.
Sequel to Wonder Woman 1984. Wonder Woman 1994.
Yeah, I got one for you guys as a joke, okay? I'm going to make fun of someone. I'm not judging them, but I'm going to make fun of them. The new movie based on the story of Wonder Woman and the Bionic Woman comes a man who's transgendered, who has a sex change, avoids child support, instead turns into the legendary Wonder Bread. Then he's walking around, damn birds are picking on me.
He wanted to be Wonder Woman, but
He can't, but the gods played a prank on him and made him a talking, walking, talking Wonder Bread.
local
Do they even make Wonder Bread still? Do they still make it?
They did back in 2006.
Here we go. Is Wonder Bread still made? I don't even remember. Okay, so the iconic bread returned to store shelves Monday. For someone pay. So Hostess made Wonder Bread and a couple years ago, So so this was so it came back 2013. I'll have to wonder that. I liked Wonder Bread. I also liked the Hostess cupcakes.
Have you heard of Nichols bread?
No.
Out where I grew up, they had Nichols. Was most common.
So,
most common white bread.
Which one should I watch tonight? Which one?
Something that's theoretical.
So you're saying the Mormon movies aren't theoretical? Why?
It's not something that came out in theater.
Big deal. Some of them are free.
You're never going to see a Mormon movie come out in theater, like.
Actually, you're wrong. There was a movie that was based off Mormons, and the Mormons were good people, and eventually it became a hit. And it's a cult classic now that is based around the Mormon state. And in the movie and in the books, apparently the characters were Mormon. And the Mormons put their kid into a group home because apparently his sister died on a river. And no offense, Chloe, we're not going to be talking about group homes tonight. The little kid was autistic. He had a twin sister. She died in the river because she couldn't swim. And he wanted to put her somewhere where she can remember her happiness. So every time he tried to escape, eventually the sheriff tracked him down, and he ended up in California. And in the end, he's carrying his lunch pail with the thing. They were Mormons.
They're Mormons?
Yeah, the book stated they were Mormons.
Never said in the movie.
Yeah, but it was they went to a Mormon hospital, Mormon little group home.
Okay. Well, also, back then, Mormonism was very common in the Southwest.
Yeah, but if you go to Utah, 50% or more people are Mormon in Utah. 50% or more. It's like 75% are Mormon in Salt Lake City.
I've seen a lot of Mormons in Arizona, but the Mormon population in Arizona is slowly shrinking.
Yeah, they're all moving. They're all moving because to Utah.
There's more atheists showing up in Arizona.
Problem with religion, everyone, is Chloe's right, but Chloe's wrong. There's becoming more and more atheists in the world. They don't want to believe in God anymore. And that's where Satan has strangled the people. Trannies believe that the no offense to the tranny population, believe that there's no God because they didn't pray at 3 years old to get a hoo-ha, so they woke up and they're still their little boy self, so God doesn't exist. And then there's other that's been through so much hell that they believe God wouldn't let them in. And I'm not talking about trans in general, I'm talking about all people in general, so they stop believing in God. They don't want to believe it. All the bad stuff that happens, there is no God. They're angry at God. And God's saying, let it go, but come to me. And they're not coming to me. I mean, think of it. Here, let me do an impersonation of Chloe, okay? No offense. I'm going to have another shot at this. This is actually a great example. But I'm going to do a couple parts, okay, just to get you guys on par while I'm figuring the movie out, okay? It's going to be a Mormon movie, okay? Chloe Spice. It's been so long. Can I take that coat and that gun? We wouldn't want to hurt anyone.
I don't carry guns.
Hold on, I'm not done. So, what do I do here? You don't do nothing. You can go fishing. You can go hiking. You can leave. You can stay. You can
Hiking?
work with.
I'm going hiking! Woo! Okay, go ahead.
You can work with me in the wood shop. You can work with Sarah you in the garden. Or you can talk to Papa in the kitchen. Well, he goes in the kitchen. Let's just say somehow Moppy died or the bunny died or... Well, hold on. Chloe's against everything. Let's just do it this way. What you need to do, Chloe, is you need to...
Go ahead.
What you need to... See, she always interrupts this. So, she goes into the kitchen. You need to learn to let go and trust me. Trust you. With all the crap that's happened in my life, why should I trust you? For example, my grandpaps are dead. My grandma's dead. Rita died. Even Rita's husband died. Why should I trust you? Eventually, Chloe learns that. And why'd you bring me back here? This is where you got stuck, and it goes on to the healing process, like the shack. Eventually, Chloe would realize there is a God, but right now she doesn't want to believe God. God crapped on her. To her, God's not working miracles. So I don't know what to tell you, Chloe.
So, hey, Papa, is it okay if I take the dog out there for a walk? Dog needs to be food.
Well, how do you know Papa wouldn't allow? How do we know Moppy didn't get into a car accident with you like in the end of the movie for you stealing your buddy's truck?
Yeah, we got car accidents. Yeah, I got food maybe too.
Well, you really want to know? Okay, I'll tell you what happened, okay? This guy, okay, he was really religious, but he was distanced from God. In the beginning of the movie, Cam, you'd have to rent it. It's like $2.99. By the way, you should rent it, actually. You got the money. Shouldn't be stingy. The shack's something that might just come up your alley, but I'll tell you the synopsis, okay? So he turns around. I'll give you the link. So he turns around, right? There we go. I love it. I can watch the shack tonight, actually. I might just do that tonight. So the printed tense goes, I can watch it because I have something else, okay? So, well, let me tell you. I already gave you the link, dude. And it's not free. That's a movie that you got to rent. It's look, Cam. Before you sit there and try to be a cheap, stingy SOB brother of mine, you need to pay for it. Look, it's based on the book. So anyways, let me tell you about the shack, okay? So this guy, right? This guy has a nice life, works from home. All of a sudden, in the beginning of the movie and in the beginning of the book, the narrator's talking about stuff, right? Like the shack. And then it goes into him slipping on ice, opening his mailbox up, finding a letter that says, haven't seen you in a while. Come to the shack. Signed, Papa. And so he goes to his best friend, Tim McGraw, the singer. And he says, let me borrow your truck. But it goes in a flashback to the past where his daughter was camping with them. They had a little tent trailer. They went camping in a state park. His daughter and his son tipped over a canoe. He went to save them, and his little girl was snatched by a predator. All that was left was a little ladybug pin. By the way, if you noticed,
And his other daughter was
very shocked because she blamed herself for trying to show off in the boat. But here's the thing. The ladybug pin, if you read the book, each ladybug pin had from 1 little dot to 5. 5 was the one that, meant his 5th victim. So all of a sudden they can find her. He calls his wife. Everything else happens. They go to a school. From there, the school basically flies him the FBI flies him out. And they've been trying to catch him for years, this predator. And they find him in a shack. Girl's dress on the wooden floor and a blood stain. He screams. Goes back to the present day. He's trying to get a truck, 4-wheel drive, go back out there because he thinks it's a joke. He tells his best friend, the actor and singer, Tim McGraw. While Tim McGraw's getting his fishing pole, he says, look, we got to do something when we get up there and I've gone insane. Why waste a trip? So while Tim McGraw's getting his fishing gear, as Chloe knows, he jumps in the truck and he drives it. And he nearly misses a semi-truck. He goes to the shack, finds out no one's there. He thinks he's been played. Lo and behold, a guy appears. And Tim McGraw's got the gun level. And he says, hey, Matt, good to see you. Follow me if you want to come this way and get warm. Talking about it. So as he's going through snow-covered area, which is all snow, he goes into another area that's all beautiful. No snow, nothing, next to a lake. He learns that building is really the shack. He goes in there and he sees an African-American woman. By the way, in the beginning, the demon thing that he carried the most, where he had a nightmare, he poisoned and killed his dad. So it was in the beginning because of the abuse. Then all of a sudden, he got away with it. Hid it back then. But no one knew about it, right? So dad was dead. Now, anyway, so what happened was he turned around. And he basically turned around. And he, eventually meets an African-American woman named Papa. He finds out, he's like, or you can call me what Nan calls me. You are what you are. I am that I am. Already quoting scriptures here. And then he learns out, and he talks to Jesus. Jesus says you don't do anything. So he goes in, he talks to Papa in the kitchen. He basically says, why should I trust you? My daughter is dead. And she says, we'll do this on your time. Well, things happen. He has dinner. He goes outside. He sees the shooting stars and everything Jesus was talking to him about. And then finally the next morning he wakes up and he wants to leave. But then he gets persuaded by Sarah Yu, he's Breath of Wind, to stay because there's a ceremony. But eventually, as in the book, he goes and does the gardening and talks to Jesus, gets a lesson about walking on water, meets wisdom, who basically says you can make a choice. You can save your daughter or your son, but one of them's going to hell, right? He's going to be the judge of them, right? He turns down and says, these are my kids. I love them. I'll take the responsibility and burden over them. Then she turned around. More donuts, huh?
These are the ones I had earlier before.
Well, those coffee-flavored ones don't taste like coffee. So anyway, what happened is eventually he gets through. He sees his dad. They forgive each other. He already seen his daughter, but she continued.
In the beginning, he killed his dad.
Yeah.
He poisoned his dad because he's tired of being abused.
Yeah, and then he forgives his dad, and dad forgives him. Then the next morning, the African-American woman's disappeared because Papa can be male and female. So this time around, it's male, and he says, you need a father today for this. Eventually, they go, and he realizes what he's doing, and he wants the guy to hurt that killed his daughter, and stuff. And Papa said, look, we're on a healing trail, we're on a healing mission to bring closure to you, this part of your healing journey, to bring closure to your journey. You just need to let go of the guy's throat long enough to let me redeem him. And 2 is you need to forgive. So eventually he starts to learn that he has to forgive. So then after he buries his daughter in this garden, he goes and talks to them. They tell her to do one other thing for him, and then he's driving home. Supposedly he misses his truck. the semi-truck hits him. He wakes up in the hospital, and they said, "You've been here since Friday. You didn't go to the shack." He's like, "Yeah, I did. I was with Papa." Well, apparently, afterwards his life was better. He was a better father and lover and stuff. So, good movie. I like it. I could watch that one over and over again on Cinemax.
And he only just remained with 2 children after that.
Yeah, but in the book, he actually was trying to get access to the guy because they captured him, because he actually told them he met Papa. He told the sheriff he met Papa, and he explained it. And they went and found where her body was, and they gave a proper burial and everything. And in return, by then, they went and found the guy that did it because he left certain markings. Well,
And then they arrested him.
They arrested him, and then he was trying to go see them in prison too, in the book, to, Octavia Spencer is awesome. She's the one that's
Man, I think the killer was a chomo. Child molester.
Yeah. Tim McGraw's in it too. I like that movie.
Remember something funny, right? He let's say, alternate timeline. He was taking Misty to the cabin, and right in the cabin was, "Well, hello there, Mr. Killer. Don't you have a seat right over there? What? You can put the girl down. You can kill her after we talk. But just please, have a seat over there."
We're on live YouTube. I think people will be freaking out. You're talking about that guy that catches predators or.
And it's like, "Who are you?" I will get to that in a moment. So, what are you doing with her? Why did you take her from that girl from her family? Well, you're not going to go kill her after this, because I've had her return to her family. I returned her to her family for you. I was going to have you return her to her family, but I did the honors for you. So, what did you do?
Chris Hansen, come on. That would never happen. You're always addicted to that Chris Hansen guy. You're always talking about him.
I thought it was funny, right? Because catch chomos like that. Or it'd be those predator poachers, right? You see a predator poacher comes up like, "So, if you ever want to talk, what do you do with that little girl? She's only 6 or 5 years old."
Catch a predator.
Predator poachers. And you're here to meet another girl. Wow.
She's doing a scenario, by the way, because she likes this Chris Hansen thing. I don't get it.
Actually, it's not just that. I've been watching Predator Poachers, actually. It's a different show.
Oh, great. Predator Poachers? You gotta be kidding me, right, man? Predator Poachers?
Yeah.
No offense. You watch the weirdest things. So, Cam, if you're not commenting and I gave you the link, I'm going bye-bye, man. I gotta find a Mormon movie to watch tonight. And then another Mormon movie to watch. And then another Mormon movie. And then maybe if I can get out of my depression, man, I'm going to play a game tomorrow. My game's calling me too. So I got game time to do. There's nothing to report stimulus-wise. And no one's talking. It's Easter. I mean, literally, it's Easter. I mean, literally, you want to watch a movie? I want to watch a movie. I don't know what I want to watch. I think I need something with faith. Literally something about faith.
Yeah, what would we do in Shack?
You're tired of these Mormon movies, aren't you? You don't watch them. You're just like, I'm going to my room. That's cool.
Some of them.
I mean, look, there's 17 Miracles. There's Handcart. That's another miracle. There's Ephraim Rescue, another miracle movie with faith. Or 16 Stones I can rent. Or I can rent 2 other movies.
All right, just put in some corn dodgers then. Let's just cook us up some corn dodgers.
Well, right now, I'm waiting to see what Cam's got to say. Oh, you didn't see the shack up there? Come on, man. I posted it. I posted the link right here. Here. Look, you want the link? There's the link again. Hopefully you get it again. So Cam's like, I see no link. I just gave him a second link again. I mean, literally, if that's something you want to watch, go ahead. There's News of the World. The Shack, which I do like. Oh, The Shack's on HBO now. I didn't know it was on HBO. They moved it from Cinemax to HBO. The only reason I had Cinemax is because I was watching The Shack too much. Now it's on HBO Max.
So you can't watch it.
Yeah, it can. It says HBO Max. I can go direct to HBO, but I don't want to watch HBO right now. No, Cam, he's have to rent it. That Mormon movie, you know. One Night in Miami. One Night in Miami.
So I will not let anyone harm that.
O'clock in Egyptian. Do 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 do. Hello. News of the World. The Shack. I don't know what else I want to watch. I need a religious one. Come on, dude. Buying a digital copy sucks, man. You can buy it on DVD for $5. I got a copy of The Shack myself for Christmas. Chloe bought me. She bought me the Blu-ray DVD combo for like $5 for Christmas. That's why I always keep it on hand, you know. But if you want to go and buy a copy of it, that's fine. I recommend reading the book first, man, if you can stomach the book. Some people can't stomach any movies anymore, or books. They only want movies. Anyways, dollar difference. Well, you can do what you want. It's your money, man. I want to get out of here, though, soon. So, because this video is gone 4 hours and 24 minutes. I was supposed to do a short video. Chloe knows this, but it's gone longer than it should. So, Stimmy checks come in on Saturday. Or not Saturday, Wednesday. Call of the Wild's a good movie, too. I like that movie. I don't understand. I'm going to email someone, though. Well, that doesn't make sense, man. Can you explain it and elaborate? Elaborate? Anyways, I'm getting ready to leave anyways, you know, because I'm going to watch something myself.
Got a leg of lamb tonight.
Yeah, Dad's jealous. He literally is jealous tonight. Tell you why. So my dad cancel this. Can't do that. My body stuff like that. Cancel this. I'm still not following you, brother. What are you talking about, brother? You know, I don't understand Cam Chloe. Cancel culture. Tired of the little bitches most of the time. Cancel this. Can't do that. My body stuff like that. Cancel what? I don't get it, brother. Can you explain or elaborate a little better? I'm just trying to figure a movie. Oh, all right. Well, to me. It's not making any sense, but we're cool. Anyways, I think Cam that you should take some time and watch a movie. I need to sit down and watch a movie too. I don't know what I'm gonna watch, but I am gonna pinch another thing of rum. So, and because we only have 5 people, and no one's posting, you know, I gotta figure out what to have, you know. So, anywho, anyone else have anything to say or ask? What's wrong with you, Chloe?
Sometimes I like being this type of position. Where my face to touch my legs here while sitting like this.
Well, I'm gonna check my balance online and then see about Ronald, maybe, yeah, this didn't answer, so.
I'm actually quite flexible.
Yeah, I can't believe that about people messaging me about food stamps, you know. 0 today? What happened to their or 0 to some, and you know. So it's saying sometime in April or May, sometime in mid-April to end of April, they might up the food stamps. But in the meantime, they're not upping it. Oh, well, not my problem. I got plenty of groceries. I can eat freaking ramen and other things while I wait. Anyways, what movie do I want to rent?
Whatever movie you want to rent. Whatever one feels. You guys read that movie.
So apparently Direct Express ain't working right now, peeps. I wonder, are they going to be dumping our money by the 7th and we get it Monday? Please wait. Logging in is in progress. So it's 12 o'clock. Let's see. Sorry, we're unable to complete your request. Our server is receiving high volume of traffic rate. That means too many freaking people think they're going to get their stimulus tonight. That's why. And it's only 9 o'clock.
I'm sorry, we can't explain this. You're not getting your stimulus because we don't want you to have it. But I got my, I'm getting.
Here, I'm going to put your stimulus, since you didn't pay child support, I'm going to use my teleportation magic to transport your stimulus and everything and taxes to your daughter.
Bye. Bye. Give me your money, bye.
Nope, nothing pending.
What are you gonna shoot? What are you gonna shoot me with that banana? What are you gonna shoot out? Banana? What parts of the inner side of the banana?
Well, anyways, Cam, we'll talk later, brother. I'm gonna go watch a movie. I mean, I've been on for 4 hours, 30 minutes, and we've got a lot accomplished today. So, for the rest of you out there, I don't know what to tell you for tomorrow. I don't know if I'm gonna do anything tomorrow or Tuesday. Maybe I'll do an update Wednesday or Tuesday night. Depends. So, anyways, I'm getting a little. I got to figure out movie time. So, since there's only 4 people in Cam's the only one commenting, I'm going to say stay salty. Please add and subscribe. Please post comments. Please leave feedback, suggestions, like, subscribe button. It's fun for your family, including your dogs, cats, your bunnies, service dogs. Thanks for watching. God bless you and everything you do.